So the funny part is, I think technically where my recording starts is Loth shouting, "Roll the clip."
Shit.
Careful, Loth. It's 11 seconds.
Right.
I don't think we care about that word as much, but anyway, it's Rain, episode 43. We're back. It's been a long hecking time.
Woo! 2,000 years will give you such a crick in the neck.
I've waited so long for 700 years. Did somebody ring a bell?
I'm pretty sure that was Loth's air fryer.
Yes, that was my
air fryer. Makes a
freaking
that
is such
bellhop bell noise.
Yeah,
that's like a
movie
sound effect ding. That was great.
Hey, at least I know it's
that
finished.
was like a pitch perfect note. Okay, anyway, this is a perfect opportunity for me to do the patron intro. Hey, this episode is brought to you by our patrons like Adam DeHart, Blackest G, Colby Zed, Carlos Dragon, JDV 9000, Crystarly, Legendary Boss Hunter, Rise of Kenji, Rogram, and Trevor, Varen the Crow. Thank you very much for your support, everybody.
Woo.
We're reigning. We're a little pre-primed, everybody, because we were discussing fashion and look as always, and
Yes.
off mic, literally just now, we made the executive decision to switch House Logi's primary colors from silver to gray, technically Sendry, but like iron or ash gray.
It's perfect.
Just because that's like technically the proper heraldic word for it, and it sounds better.
It do.
Yeah. Also,
there was also a discussion of like whatchamacallit, the color palette selection. So this gives you a access to a wealth of grays.
Just being judgy of certain colors. Did I explode?
You did not explode.
No,
You're
we're
still here.
Oh, no, I just accidentally zoomed in on an image way too zoomed.
I'm back from
No,
trying
you
to
gotta be
hurt
careful.
myself.
You gotta watch out for that.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, to go out for that.
Yeah.
And I am certain that as we have been doing this for 43 sessions and it keeps happening, I am certain that I will keep asking the guys what they're wearing and they will keep commenting on things.
Listen, I put a lot of thought into it.
Yeah, and I suspect you will put a lot of thought into it again later.
I didn't put it, weirdly enough, I put a lot of thought into what I was wearing, just not what color it was.
I don't got much right now.
But we basically Inos, or should I say Lucky, has a pretty decent action plan to maybe speed up the company actions process.
Yeah.
That you guys probably need to discuss and work on, which means that you guys need to be in a space to discuss things. So, because it's been 2 weeks, let us recap. Currently, Leslok, Logesh, and Konrad are in the field and have a pretty good idea where at least one cover business associated with the Flatsalts is in Rutland, township of Rutland, which is a mining and quarrying town, maybe a little down on their luck, where they seem to be, moving in and out a lot of the smuggled rock salt. Because the rock salt's going in carts and it's not going to approved merchants; it's going to people in country clearings.
Mm-hmm.
So to kind of facilitate the idea to generally capture and interrogate somebody in a leadership position, last time Konrad sent a false letter to the warehouse, I assume.
Yeah.
To try and get that out. Now, that lie did not succeed. So I believe the idea was to write a letter as the Marquess's younger brother, like as yourself, and basically be like, "Hey, I want to meet to discuss business and stuff."
Mm-hmm. That was the plan.
All right, okay. So you distribute this letter. You send it, by messenger or courier or whatever to the warehouse. We can smooch over some of the details. I presume that you're waiting up at the inn we've discussed before where you were staying and where
we were. Yeah,
Leslok and Logesh came to meet you. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I believe we were going to have them like in the next room over just in case.
Yeah. Well, basically, I'll pitch it to you this way. You, Konrad, at the tavern, the inn, receive a crudely written, unsigned letter back, which is basically like, unless you specified a time to meet, which I don't think you did.
Maybe like mentioned said evening, but like didn't specify an exact time.
Yeah. So, like I said, you get a roughly written note back that basically says, what do we say? Message received. We'll meet you at, or I'll meet you, however it would be written. And who knows? Maybe you can't read it. It's like I said, handwriting's crappy. I'll meet you. In the inn at last hour before midnight.
All right.
So that is what you three, because like I said, all three of you are there. All three player characters mentioned are there. Receive. It is like, I think still technically like, morning-ish when you got all this done, because like I think Konrad sent a note like around dawn to be like, hey, here's where I am. So
okay, so
it's still fairly early in the day.
So just to clarify, they have moved into the fieldwork portion?
Yes, for now. You have
Just,
not seen these guys for like 3 days.
As official reference, because I had 5 of these made beforehand, I would have sent Konrad, Lucky, and Logesh are the ones who went? Or sorry,
No,
Inos, Logesh, and Konrad? Or just Enos and Logesh done?
Nope,
No,
Enos
or
hasn't
sorry,
left at all. Enos is not
Logesh.
out.
Konrad and Logesh.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I would have sent them with 2 healing potions each. Just in case.
All right, fair enough. Keep that in mind. But yeah, like I said, you guys get this note back and are like, as I mentioned off mic earlier, you have agency, so you're free to decide. Are you guys gonna crash here until the last hour of the day before midnight, which is fucking late?
You guys have anything you're gonna do?
Well, Leslok, any ideas?
Oh, wait, Leslok's there too? I would have definitely sent him with 2 healing potions as well.
Sent how many?
I mean, you guys can do whatever you want. I'll continue staking out the place, at least for the rest of the day.
Sorry. Slightly distracted, food in my mouth. But
Keep doing it.
Oh, food. Okay.
Well, unfortunately, guess what? You guys are stuck.
I just can't
You
think of
left the
anything
other 2 idiots
intelligent.
to do downtime stuff.
yep.
I just can't think of anything intelligent.
But what do you want to do?
I'd better make
Okay.
the most of what we got going.
Okay, so they're not doing anything. They're gonna wait. Cool. All right.
Not what I wanted to do, but okay.
Then what did you want to do?
We're doing a thing here. If you can't think of something, we're gonna move on. You don't get to just sit there and say, I can't think of something forever.
Like, if that's not what you wanted to do,
Holy
then
shit,
what
that's
do
a
you
good
want to
potion.
do? If not, I know where to go.
I just made the
I'm
greatest
not out of
healing
ideas,
potion
guys.
of all time. I made
That
it
is
with
very
5
fucking fast
healing potion.
It's crazy. Put that
Wouldn't
one in
that
the
be
ice
made
box.
extremely
Anyway,
fast?
I just suddenly... They're 5
well, the
minutes.
width is also important for healing potions. I think that's how much
With
damage
okay.
it moves.
Healing potions, yeah. They're one of the only things I have to care about with. But yeah, no, that one's going in like a fancy bottle.
But yes, so
Get the fancy china.
Axe, this is my last call. If waiting for the meeting is not what you want to do, what do you want to do then? It could be general. It doesn't have to be specific.
Sorry, I thought the point was that we were actually just going to scrap that whole thing. Never mind.
No, I just said you get a letter back that says they want to meet you at midnight. Konrad said he's going to wait in town, at least to stake out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't think of move on. I'll just be a failure in the corner. Fine.
Okay, we go to Stonehearth. And you are correct. No, I am not advancing time until midnight. So, Inos, how you doing?
I just finished my cool-ass weapon. I have emerged from the forge, sweaty and glistening, very sexily.
Yeah, so for you, it's probably early afternoon now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you have been working all day, but you did make some good progress and wrap up. We did talk about how off camera, technically, you started, you know, before even these guys left for that part, because you would have started when Konrad went out for the survey, which was at least a whole day.
Yeah.
So you are coming out of the you know, forger workshop, which I think we've discussed is probably inside the courtyard at Stonehearth. You know, probably, you know, do the classic blacksmith thing. There's a big trough of water, you know, you take a big ladle, you know, throw some on your face, you know.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, slight tangent. I did watch the first episode of the Musketeers. Just that scene when you first actually see Athos hungover and just dunks his whole head into the fucking bucket. Just
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Not quite that level, but you know.
No. Yes. You are, you know, like I said, you're kind of recovering from your moment. It's early afternoon when Aurelia comes up to you, probably like, you know, raps on the side of the building. She is accompanied by her mother, Cresta, and says, Inos, do you have a minute?
You know, Inos, stretches here a bit. It's like, actually, yeah, several minutes. Just finished up, actually. How can I help?
Oh, good. Aurelia kind of, like, looks over her shoulder to her mother. You notice that Lady Cresta has usually been, you know, a lot more, I don't want to say upbeat, but, like, she has seemed more like her pre-death of Leofric self in the past, you know, few weeks.
She's been
since Leslok has been there. Like,
less
she's
depressed.
less depressed.
Yeah.
Yes, grieving less.
You know, she's probably like stopped wearing a mourning veil, sort of a thing. Like,
Okay.
you know, but she does still kind of dress, I think, in very, very dark clothing, like probably like, you know, dark dress, you know, long sleeves, maybe like a deep green like cloak or jacket over it when she wants to go out. She's not in a jacket now, she does have gloves. And Inos, you notice that she is not quite wringing her hands, but does kind of like clench her hands together and says, I have to think if I've done an accent for Cressida or not. Actually, no, I think she's got like 6 dice in Crownish. She, you know, says to Inos and says, I think that my son and the others may be in danger. Specifically, not generally.
Inos is gonna, you know, whip his head and call for a servant maid or someone, and have someone tell him, where the hell did the Marquess go?
Someone fetch me musket.
You know, you start to call over, probably honestly like a valet or a footman or a stable hand or something, and Aurelia just says, "Oh, brother left a couple of days ago, to go touring in the field. Speeches in Brinton, I think."
Brinton. We shared intelligence about like where the Flatsalts were operating, right?
Yeah, the region.
Yeah, that was all at the big team meetings.
It's like,
Yeah,
Brinton, the Flatsalts. Did he take any men with him?
I think only out of character. I think only a small number. Just Logesh and a couple of footmen. Konrad went with him, but I don't think they've been together for a day or two as well. Cressida steps in and says, you know, again, kind of rubbing her hands and says, and now I have received, she kind of tilts her head, premonitions, implications of danger. I sent a bird to Brinton earlier today, but apparently Lord Konrad called early this morning, and the two departed to join him, and we do not know where they are exactly. This case, they did not bring any additional men with them, which I do believe is correct. You guys did not take additional guys to Rutland because you were trying to lay low, to be cool.
Yeah.
Cressida just kind of as an aside says, before, or if my son was in residence, I would simply bring this up to him, but these days I am not so sure how to broach the subject to the other counselors. Aurelia kind of takes over and says, I figured, even if it's not the same school, you would probably be the one most likely to take anything sorceress seriously.
Inos nods gravely, and, his eyes is probably flitting back and forth while he considers options at the moment. But, he looks, squarely at Lady Cressida and says, Do not worry, lady. I will do my utmost to keep the Marquess from harm. Actually, do I have any authority to, move troops or anything right now? Or am I going to have to go convince somebody?
I mean, not on paper, but we've mentioned this before. You're part of the house. Like, people,
also,
consider you part of the family, basically.
Also, isn't he now, officially
I'm the master of ceremonies.
Council?
The master of ceremonies.
Move troops, probably not, but possibly, a small contingent of people.
Oh, no, I'm not doing a small contingent of people.
Oh.
Like,
okay.
if you wanted to roll at a large-scale deployment, technically the one you would have to ask is Lord Farron as your Lord Commander. Though I'm sure as the Seneschal on Ebel probably has control over the House Guard as well. Some of whom would have been the guys who went out with Leslok and Logesh. Once again, Comrade... we've talked about all off camera that this isn't exactly what Aren was planning, but Konrad has technically gone off on a commando mission right now, so he doesn't have anybody with him.
Yeah.
All right. So
Nicola is completely unaware of anything.
So my intent right now here is to get some company actions rolling. To basically lead an attack on the Flatsalts before any true harm can befall the Marquess and whatnot. So I basically want to gather up as many dudes as I can, even more so than we had before, and take them all out into the fields and do a series of quote-unquote attacks. So mechanically, that's very easily to do, but I'm thinking about the narrative aspect of it, because like I said, Inos...
Yeah.
Because basically the company action is to train and levy troops. Well, that basically means... Normally that means, you train and levy troops. That's not something that you necessarily do in a day.
Yeah, I don't... There's no exact timescale in company actions. I think with the narrative, I don't think you can fire, train and levy and have it be done before... whatever is going on with the Marquess, which you have not inquired also as to the nature of Lady Cressida's vibes. As well. So you could ask her kind of what she's thinking or has discovered.
I should do that,
but
yes.
the action for Train and Levy does talk about how it's not just as much as you just pay more guys to work for you. It's about actually training, equipping them, and you roll sovereignty, I believe, because you are integrating them into your society. You are making sure they fit your military culture. So there's at least probably a couple of days of orientation, to get through that.
But
these are our colors. Don't stab the people wearing them.
That's actually how fucking tabards and
House colors.
Yeah.
I might have said that more sarcastically than I meant.
But
no, this is why labels are important.
But no, Inos will ask Lady Cressida about if any particular details of what she saw.
Well, I have done two things. First, I have observed where my son is, but it is not familiar to me. He, Konrad, and Logesh are waiting in the back room of an inn. She clarifies, when scrying on people you are fairly limited in the radius in which you can see. There are no landmarks present. But earlier today, I asked a question of if there are those who imminently mean my son harm, and it is correct. So they are not in danger right now, but I do not know exactly where they are, and I do not know how many are against them. She kind of pauses and says, I could perform the divining again, but we would need specific questions.
Could you find out what town they are in presently? Like the name of
very specific, yes. What's the intensity of Mirror Mirror?
3.
Document. 3s.
Ooh, I think that means I get to roll my Eerie pool.
I don't know if you're that close. What's the? Do we have that pin?
Well, how close are you to the basement area?
I'm probably out in the courtyard right now.
Third? Not third's only 10 feet. If it was fourth,
third's
maybe
10 feet?
50 feet. Yeah.
Oh,
we've talked about
right.
this before.
I mixed that up.
The ratio jumps very rapidly. 1 is like basically nothing. It's like 5
No,
feet, 10 feet, 50 feet.
For some reason, I thought third was 50.
No, it's 10. Like I said, it starts at nothing. Okay, so let's double check these.
We really jump after that.
Yeah, it goes up fast.
Well, yeah.
Sorry, I'm rapidly clicking through my Google Docs because it keeps moving.
No,
shit.
no, fifth. If you do a fifth, you a fucking voice appears going, "A new hand has touched the beacon."
I mean, yes, everybody in a big fucking radius gets a chance. But let's see, sorcery. I think it's minutes for Mirror Mirror.
If it's minutes for Mirrors, Inos is going to ask for if the Lord Commander or the Seneschal is present at Stonehearth.
Let's see. Lord Ferrin did have some things to accomplish back in his own lands, but you guys have been talking about building up, so I expect, yes, he is probably, like, waiting at the war table for orders. Yes, it takes 7 minutes to cast Mirror.
All right, so I have 7 minutes. Enos will use those 7 minutes to convince Lord Ferron to send Might 2 worth of basically put Might 2 worth of troops under Enos' temporary command.
I don't even need to have you... Like, I guess I would ask, just for the sake of role-playing, like, how much information do you give him? Do you just say, the Marquess is in danger, I need some dudes? Or...
Yeah. No, I will say that Enos believes that the Marquess is in danger. The Marquess is in danger, and some complications may have arisen with him dealing with the Flatsalts gang.
All right, yes, that's all he needs. Like I said, you're a trusted member of the house.
All right, cool. So
yes,
Enos will,
that's dozens, if not hundreds of men under your command.
Excellent. Enos will also go suit up.
Yeah.
So
yes, Lady Cressida has a master die in her Veilcraft, so that's going to be 3 10s.
I'm working on that.
So is anyone going to tell Nicola anything?
Are you trying to get involved?
Actually, well...
I mean, that's your guys' choice.
No, actually, no, yes, I would get you. You are the physician, and these boys might be in danger. We may need healing.
Okay, yes, that's what I was hoping for, but I didn't want to force it.
No, you bring up a very good point. Also, bring all your healing potions. All of them.
Trust me.
So basically, Lady Cressida goes up to the mirror in her bedroom, asks it a question. Like I said, trip 10s. So 7 minutes later, she comes back and says that they are in Rutland.
Excellent.
If by the way, Inos, you take a second to gear up. I previously described, Aurelia getting a new costume. She is also going to appear now in that setup I've described, like sword belt, capelet, jerkin with high collar, kind of a thing, duelist's coat, etc.
You would actually notice, because this is a big change because of how I retrained Nicola a bit. You will notice that Nicola is wearing a very tight lavender tunic, but is no longer wearing armor on anywhere except his steel sabatons.
Well, you gotta protect the feet. Well, I guess everyone went through a fucking wardrobe change upon entering the new season of the series.
Yes. No, Nicola is no longer wearing only loose robes. He's now wearing very tight clothing.
Sexy.
It's because he's worked on his bear wrestling. Also, he has a very.
Yes.
We've discussed before. Also, he has a very bitchin' arm.
He has. I think the best way to describe Nicola's current body type is JoJo Part 5. So he's not ripped, but he's very
Your tone.
lithe muscle.
I think the term is felt.
Yeah, it's very svelte.
It's very
Very svelte.
But I'm assuming that we're basically, is this house guards, lamplighters?
I mean, your might can be interpreted a couple of ways. What are you looking for? Do you want because technically we're not going to do a mass combat probably because this is a little bigger than that. But what sort of might would you like to field? You guys can have lamplighters in the kit we've described previously. Muskets, bayonets, hatchets and knives for backup. Men with sabers for officers, that kind of thing. You guys can field the I think it's literally the Order of the Stone Hearth. That would be proper men at arms, which would be a mixture of armored pikemen, armored halberdiers, and arquebusiers, that kind of thing, like for pike and shot type shit.
If these rolls don't go well,
in.
I'll spend my XP to reroll them. I'm fine with that. It's my responsibility.
Let's go with lamplighters. This technically is kind of supposed to be more of a policing action. We shouldn't necessarily be using like our big nighty boys on quote unquote the local populace. So,
and they are your house guard. So
yeah,
they are the garrison. So yeah, so you say I need might 2 worth of lamplighters, and Lord Commander is like, all right, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Just fucking dozens of birds fly from the attics of Stonehearth. Fistfuls of pigeons, and start getting messages, and probably like. Actually, no. Another good question, Inos. Do you want them to assemble in the Citadel first, and then you guys march, or are you ordering them all to report to a location?
I'd have them. I'm assuming that they're being pulled for everyone. If I can find a location that would save us some time in getting there, because I'm pretty sure not all these boys are going to have horses, so they're going to be doing a forced march.
Yeah.
So if I can find a location that is generally central for them to all meet up at, and maybe we can save a little bit of time, that would probably be preferable. I don't know if we have anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you can tell them to fucking pitch camp, in the fields, probably outside of Brinton. Like, not quite outside of Rutland, because that would be technically House Palix territory, and that would mean you'd want to, like, send letters ahead to be like, hey, don't be alarmed.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you can tell them basically, like, assemble at, this crossroad, make camp, report to your officers, etc.
Well, I won't tell them to pitch camp, but, they can set up at least. We're probably not going to be staying here overnight. But yes.
Yeah, maybe pitch camp is probably the wrong word, but you know what I mean. Like take positions.
Yeah. Take positions. Yeah, we'll do that out of Brighton. I'll also have to send a quick messenger on to Palix's house, because we are about to do some military maneuvers. I'll do that for the courtesy. And I guess Aurelia and Moria will be coming with me.
Yep.
All right, cool. Let's get them horses.
Let's see.
Nicola also needs to acquire the Hans.
I'm sorry, I totally forgot about Nicola again. I don't know why I did that.
It's okay.
Listen, he's been so locked into the potions, man.
It was very forgettable.
Oh, great time to unmute.
1 potion, 2 potions.
You can't see it, but I took the most I'm sorry pose. Like, I kind of scrunched my shoulders, I folded my hands in front of me.
You did the fucking finger poke.
Oh, okay, Lady Cressida does have a single done ride. She will request permission to ride with you as well. She will also bring up, because I didn't have a good point to put this conversation earlier, but it was something we did talk about, that she did mention that she did not immediately go to Lady Maja, because she knows that Lady Maja is I don't think Cressida would call her overprotective, even not to her face. But because obviously she is also a mother and is concerned for her, son. But we all know that like it's literally a point on Konrad's character sheet that Lady Maja is, a little more overbearing and ambitious than required.
Yeah.
And so, she didn't go to her first because she didn't want to
Spook her.
start any shit. Yeah.
So what you're saying is Lady Maja was a theater kid. Got it.
I don't know what Lady Maja's like broad skill set is. I should work on that sometime.
But yes, no. Inos will say if she wishes to lie, well, he frankly sees no reason to stop her, but he will strongly advise that if and when the starting begins, to stay far to the back. It would not do for her to be her. It would not. Excuse me. As much as you do not wish to see her son hurt, her son would definitely not want to see her hurt in his defense. Bleh. You know what I'm getting across there. I say it better than that.
Don't worry. I'll show Lady Cressida the caster section. We have T-shirts.
I mean, Lady Cressida keeps a knife in her belt, so she does kind of like maybe a little playfully, like put her fists on her hips and say, "Mr. Inos, I will have you know that I have a long history of doing potentially dangerous things and remaining unharmed since before you were born, even."
Inos will say back in just a playful tone, and I'm sure someone told you not to do it before every single time.
I think she just kind of like slight smile, but she gives an aside at, Aurelia, who, like I said, is like, boots, gloves, gun. At some point in this conversation, also, assuming at least that you still have Loosen the Soul, Aurelia is going to ask you to hit her with that.
Yeah. That's all.
Because she does, you talked about it. This has been on her sheet for months now, I think. But Aurelia does have Kindle the Spirit. She just can't cast it normally.
Yep. Nope. I do still have it. Let me.
Takes about 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay.
Yeah.
Then let me slap her with the old soul loosening.
But Kindle the Spirit would be really good to have in your back pocket because that's the one that gives your followers a morale boost. Yeah, you're good.
I'm good. Wait, actually,
I believe she gets flawed, so she does take a -1 hitbox and does not get like command buffs or anything.
I think she still gets to see in the dark. Let me double check.
No, I have just checked this. No, you don't get to see in the dark. Oh. That's okay. Because she also knows Night Eyes, so if she needs to see in the dark, she could just fix herself.
Because Nicola is not trying to hide this, you probably both know he is armed with a new weapon.
An arm?
Well, that too, but no, a new displayed weapon.
Oh.
Because I can't fucking hide this.
What is it?
I'm just checking some dates to get an exact model of this.
Would Aurelia want the spell to last longer or shorter?
Probably longer because you don't know exactly when you're gonna need to do the thing.
We're mid 1700s, right?
Roughly.
It's a late.
It varies.
Okay. Then a percussion long rifle.
No, you would not have percussion caps.
That's
Arquebus.
1700s.
Yeah, but the technology is not even.
Oh, fair enough. Then
you need to invent mercury fulminate to do that.
Then a hunting rifle of the previous time.
Yeah, you can have a musket.
A musket.
Yeah.
An arquebus. A carbine.
Yeah.
We have an armory dock.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Then I'm gonna put my master die at 10, and she'll have 10 days of flawed vantage tuned.
All right.
Because I can now justify using this because I have fucking 2 arms, finally.
Yeah.
Wizard with a gun.
I cast gun, prepare to meet God.
Got professional caps. Another thing on my list of things I want
Hey,
done, but I have no fucking idea how.
if you don't worry, the professor knows ballistics. We just got.
I mean, she's probably gonna need a team of chemists to invent mercury fulminate, but it's possible.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll find an alternative because suddenly other materials could exist.
We'll find out.
Yes. You
But,
could find some kind of way to like
yes.
solidify demon fire. Anyway.
Yeah. So, Inos will suit up, steel helm, mail shirt, splinted gauntlets, and greaves. He'll get on his horse Onyx, who's a very good boy, and he calls Aesilfur.
Just you're in the stable and just she walks around a pillar.
It's like,
At your service, sir.
it's all like, we are going to the field to do battle. I am charging you with the duty of protecting Lady Cressida, and points to her.
Aesilfur does a theatrical big bow sweeping and says, "At your service, ma'am." Yeah, she'll assemble her own, elven mail kit, get her spear, etc.
All right. Anyone else do I want to bring along with this? No, we got the 2 mites worth of soldiers. We have Aurelia, we have Moira, Lady Cressida, Aesilfur. I will not ask the giant nor the other Iron Demon.
I do have ideas for strictly that on some more of these field excursions. I know we probably don't want to get too bloated on NPCs, but just involving the other young lordlings crew.
Oh yeah, no, I was totally thinking about Ferran and Matthias and stuff. But I'm thinking right now in this moment of rushing.
Yeah, no,
I don't know if
literally
they're
have
here.
thoughts to investigate them all. But yes, no, I don't think they would know about this. So maybe this would be the call for them to start traveling with you guys more after you do a big muster, and they're like, "Hey, whoa, we missed out on the thing."
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, they are knights, so.
Oh no, don't worry, Axe. This is why me and everyone else are on horses, so we can get there quickly and do recon before the actual attack.
Yes.
That doesn't change my
Nico?
question though, because that means then why couldn't
Well,
it just...
also, Konrad didn't ask your magical mother to just ask where a guy was.
I should.
She,
You know what?
she
I
has
should
both
just fucking
scrying
look
and
for
mirror
it.
mirror.
I should just fucking
Yeah.
done mirror. I could do it
Yeah,
myself.
yeah, no, actually, honestly, I don't mean any judgment on you, Axe, because like I said,
I thought you didn't want me
have
to
a
use magic for most of my problems.
You have work to think about and stuff, but another thing that could have solved this, don't you have Sending Way, and didn't you get a couple of journals specific? I mean, you may not remember because it's been literally
I did not buy
months, but-
Sending Way because it was still 4, so I didn't because I've been talked down from doing it multiple times, so I just never got it.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that's my bad then. I thought you had it. If you did have it, a couple of hand mirrors or some sending stones, basically some rocks or orbs, would also have really solved this one.
Oh, also, point of order, Axe. We talk you down from making a global Sending Way network, not from a personal one.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, it was only
'cause
going to
I
start
think
with someone in Ferretti lands at fair.
we've discussed. Well, I mean, Lucky / Enos is going to discourage that because he's on the record as saying that Lucky thinks sometimes maybe we're a little too fresh and friendly with characters. You guys don't know if you're allies with Ferretti.
That's fair.
I'm
We're on
allies with,
okay, fair. We're on neutral terms with
Ferretti.
them. We're
That's what I'm saying.
But
You just
your mother does know Sending Way, as we've discussed before, and
Yeah.
like I said, I thought you picked up a couple of journals with the.
I did. I still bought the components.
Okay, so you do have the components. We just
I
don't.
have all the parts
got
for it.
Sorry, that's my bad for missing.
I still have I still like Susurrus and
But yeah,
I still have mirror.
that's why Lady Cressida said specific questions are needed. If it's just where on earth is Leslok San Diego, she can solve
Damn
that
it.
pretty good.
You beat me to it.
But generalized questions, you get loosey goosey answers. But definitely if you just want to take 7 minutes with a mirror and go, well,
Who is
don't
the
ask
leader
where
of
are my
Flatsalts?
enemies because
Who-
you may
who
find
is
that there's a lot
leader
more
of
of those than you
Flatsalts?
thought. But yeah,
Would you fuck me? I'd fuck.
who's in charge of that?
Sorry.
But yes,
honestly,
no,
I should have just done that to make it actually so Konrad could have done macro time, I guess. Fuck me, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's the thing of like, I would say I don't think you did do it because like Konrad
I
very
didn't think of it.
specifically asked for broad orders and then fucked off. Like the whole point was to give you like plausible deniability. I think you guys may need to stop doing that. I think Leslok has had conversations with you guys about being careful about giving him too much plausible deniability because he can't help you guys if he doesn't know what's going on.
That we had that conversation, yes.
Admittedly, this was a lot tighter because he told you like a couple days after, like, hey, so I've been doing some work. But yeah, no, like,
Sorry, I'm having anxiety attacks, and part of it comes out of being like, I think we're being consistent with ourselves about this, but maybe not, I guess.
And so, well, to explain, like, because right now, you know, Inos knows what city you're in or what town you're in, because of magic, and you told them to like assemble the force outside of Brinton, and you're like, you want to like know where to fight him, right? I know Inos has plans to do Be Informed. That's one of the things on Lucky's stacked ideas. But also, depending on what you're attacking, your goals can be very general. Like, I wasn't going to make you guys roll anything to figure out where those guys were to do, like, policing weeks and weeks ago, because, no, that's the whole point of the roll, is you're like, hey, if you find any of these gang guys, thump them. Clap them in irons. So depending on which stat Inos wants to attack, that can be very easy. Like, it can just be like, if you're attacking territory, for instance, you might just be like, hey, find any weird, suspicious piles of rock salt and ill-gotten gains and steal them. That might be slightly more treasure, but you know what I mean.
Well, yeah, no, my intent is might, which I don't know if I can just say, hey, actually, I could probably say, anyone looking suspicious, thump them over the head. That could actually have bad repercussions, but...
Yeah, don't do that.
Or just
Maybe
gather
not
them
exactly
up.
that,
Gather
but
them up.
I do think basically you can just start a scrap.
You can
also,
do
depending
that,
on how
but
you
that's
wait,
a terrible idea.
Like, you could hook back up with the Marquess, and that might give you ideas of, like, where guys are going to be to start shit.
Because fuck it. No, you're right. I have a way to make this simple.
Basically,
yeah, no, like, I'm gonna, sorry. Go, Omega.
I'm going to say, so you guys are hopping on horses, so you guys are going to arrive in Brinton way before your army is assembled. Like, it's probably, especially if you're willing to push the horses, it's probably, like, at most a couple hours ride down to Brinton.
I am
like,
pushing the horses. Do I have to make a ride check?
Like, this is a swift thing for you. So you're going to arrive way before any of your armed forces do, besides probably, like, maybe a dozen or 24 lamplighters who were already in the area working with the Marquess.
Mm-hmm.
I will
so,
say,
like, those guys get their orders.
This conversation in my head now goes to being, you show up, Leslok explains to Inos what the general idea was, and it's like, wait, right, Mother just figured it out. Why can't I'll just do it myself? I'll find out who the leader of the Flatsalts is, and we'll just fucking hunt them down, and then just scrap their entire organization through that.
Honestly,
I'll just find him.
Well,
a fucking mirror.
But so like I said, so Inos, you are now in Brinton. You know that Leslok and the boys are in Rutland, which is another couple hours ride away. What's your plan? Because it's still probably like mid-afternoon.
All right. Well, I need to rest the horses for a little bit. They've been doing a bang, but we are in the area in which the Flatsalts have been operating, correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, I would like to do some rolls to get some modifiers to do a Be Informed check.
By the way, has anyone told Nicola anything about the Flatsalts or anything?
You were at all the meetings.
Yeah, you were at the town meetings, but I am telling Nicola to stay with Aurelia and Lady Cressida.
Got it.
It's like, you either have to... Well, actually, no, I'll give you a choice. You can either wait with the army or stay with Aurelia and Cressida. Those are your two choices.
I will follow whatever they tell me to do. Gotcha.
But... Inos... Sorry, I need to pull up my skills here.
So I heard that as just my first thought was, Inos!
You're still truly the hero of us all.
I just think about this game way too much, man.
Yeah.
Fair. I have memory problems.
Oh, that reminds me.
Well, and unfortunately, your free time to think would be at work where it's like, what are you gonna do? Keep a notebook?
I have the game I run on Thursdays.
What's free time?
So like I'm also like
Yeah.
it's complicated for me because I have to do that too.
No.
All right, so my main goal in my being informed is to figure out how many dudes the Flatsalts are and where I can find them.
Oh, nice.
Like I said,
Sorry, that's really a rolling way of animals.
Ooh.
Because when you arrive in Brinton, she's gonna, do that thing she does again, where she's gonna like hold out her arms and say in deep speak, things that fly, things that crawl, things that bite, that which is small, and then just let's see, what is it? Width plus height? So fucking I think 12 ravens just fucking land on her shoulders.
Just take that moment to see if she just takes off with them. Just
No, not quite.
But
good. I did answer this to myself. I was thinking, can I kindle the spirit on the animals? No. You cannot raise their threat above 1. But now that she's assembled 12 followers, she's basically going to turn to one of them and say, go to Rutland, find the Marquess. Find my brother. And then...
Right.
As the crow flies. But yes.
Right,
plans for being formed.
So... First off, Inos is going to spread some money around and see if anyone is willing to sell him the information on the Flatsalts.
All right. Yep.
Haggle.
Yeah, hit him with the command plus haggle.
I did that wrong.
It's fine. I'll just delete it.
Been a while.
2 8s. I
Nice.
believe that.
All right.
That'll give me like a plus.
Probably a
one.
+1 success. Yeah. Normal stuff.
Let's see. So that's let's just try and be charming on some local influential figures, maybe some merchants, some innkeepers, barkeepers, people who would probably see thugs around on a general basis, and just see if I can just charm the pants off of them and get the information that way. Wait, what's my fascinating pool? It should be a 10. Double check. Actually, I'm activating my fucking duties to protect the Iron Demon and their allies because I need to make sure this is done.
Yep.
This is roll 10d10. I did it again. That's how frazzled I am right now.
Just erase the history. You're fine.
I don't even need to erase the history. Also, you can't erase it. It's clipped forever.
Forever.
Chat, clip
I
and
just
ship
have the
it.
chat log, so it just takes all the space.
All right, so 2 5s, probably another good +1. I would like to roll. Could I apply espionage to this?
I mean, that would probably be more like the company action called espionage. What would you be trying to do to set up a be informed? Because you've already thrown coin and just displayed your pretty face.
Yeah.
Because I believe that means that because you're beauteous, your set would become 10s.
Yeah.
9, I think.
Oh, yes. Ever since, by the way, I do want to mention this. Ever since Inos became the Master of Ceremonies, he has foregone wearing a veil. I don't know if I remember. I mentioned that.
It makes it easier for people to listen to what you say.
Well, now he has a position of authority. He has no reason to hide.
Yeah. Also, by the way, I do want to throw this out there. For later, for reference, Logesh should feel slightly offended because the two things you have just done are kind of what he wanted to do earlier. But he was ignored because he was much too nerdy and not hot enough.
No.
It just feels like a lucky.
Logesh,
This
put
feels
that one
like,
in your
this
pocket.
feels like the difference between lucky and Loth and just other situations, but unfortunately.
Oi.
We're all nerdy.
Yeah, no, none of us are not nerds.
Wait,
The
I'm
forensic
looking for...
accounting is not one of my specialities.
I would maybe maybe. Okay, so this is going to be a 2-step process, but could I use espionage to maybe find some local Flatsalt boys and then intimidate them? Actually, no, that's not. You think so?
Intimidate works. I'm not sure espionage is the skill I'd want to find them. Probably like hearing or scrutinize.
All right, I'll go with the 2-step roll of hearing and then intimidate to see if I can find them.
I wish I was just fucking here, but
Well, sadly, crows have to fly.
Yeah.
Even as the crow flies, it's probably like 30 minutes.
Also,
okay, I hear.
All right,
it's
so that means you
not
can
being a part of
pick up on
everything.
some stuff.
Sorry, this is me being like slightly impatient. I'm trying to make things go quickly.
You're speedballing your strategy.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Lucky. If this takes too much longer, Nicola's going to lose patience and then turn invisible and start looking for people.
Like I said, I'm just doing checks right now. 0.90, 10... 7, all right.
Intimidates?
Oh, 8. Wait, no, 7. 3, 6... Actually, what would be better in this situation? 3 6s or 2 7s?
Probably height.
All right, then we'll go with the pair of 7s.
All right, yeah. Honestly, some of the same people that you just bat your eyelashes and pass coin to is like you find in Brinton there are fences and there are club managers basically who like are being supplied by the Flatsalts, and you just lay down the law and like, hey, hi, working for House Logi. You're gonna tell me about your suppliers or well, it depends on your feature. You could go personal and just rattle your chains at them.
or you'll never get
depending on what she's doing, Aurelia has a gun.
Yeah.
Or you could just mention the fact that, like, I don't think Inos would want to mention it, but you could mention the fact that you've got, like a fucking hundreds of guys showing up any minute now.
No. I'll leave it to their imagination. I'll just show off some, weaponry and whatnot. But for that last one, since
just
it was
have Nicola clench his half adamantine hand at them.
For that last one, since it was 2 rolls, can I get a +2? And since it is kind of a more, I did like directly find information.
Yeah, no, I like that. You had to succeed on 2 steps, so we can make it a +2. So you got +4.
I think that's as good as it's probably gonna get because I have nothing else.
And we are in notes. Let's see, so be informed is
influence
plus sovereignty.
We are deemed.
But you are already down 1 on each.
Yes.
So normally you'd be rolling 3 dice, but you've got +4, so you're going to roll 7.
Does my duty still apply to company rolls?
No, I believe it does not.
Okay.
Can I still send XP to reroll if it fucks? Never mind.
So 3 7s.
Do we roll anything to oppose? No, I don't think you roll anything to oppose. You can counter espionage. I don't think you roll anything to oppose being informed.
Yeah, no, I just want to I'm not being honestly, this is the thing. I'm not being sneaky about it. So I would say they could probably easily find out that I'm doing this.
Yeah. I was just wondering if they roll something automatically to defend, but
I just don't think they'll be able to muster a thing within a day. It'll probably take more than a day to muster all people together because they're kind of all scattered.
Well, we'll see what they're doing. So you are what are you asking with be informed now?
I am specifically looking for where their dudes are and how many there are. Like I said, mechanically, I'm specifically asking for their might.
All right. Well,
if you pour whip, does it let you get more?
Not really. It's kind of nebulous. I think it's a higher quality roll is better. Generally, you want more height though, because like I said, you might be doing a static contest. So,
what page of the book
if they could roll to defend, you might want to make sure that your result is better than theirs. If it's dynamic, width matters because you're trying to be faster than them.
Leave chapter 8 as companies.
Got it.
Excuse me.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can tell you pretty simply. Yes, Inos, they have a might of 2. And the concentration of their guys... Actually, no, I think this is pretty fair, because you can only damage, 1 point of might at a time. Basically, in terms of, their actual might, in terms of actual forces they can deploy, they're kind of split. In Brinton, there are a small number of thugs and handlers and hired goons.
Goons here. Get your goons.
But mainly the people they cooperate with in Brinton are younger like young nobles, guys who are unlanded and untitled and don't have anything better to do, because Brinton is technically a college town, who just kind of like swagger around with, rapiers and pistols and that kind of thing. So that's probably a representative of at least one of their might, is if, admittedly, those guys are, the setting equivalent to soccer hooligans, but if they did get organized, they probably represent a point of might. The other thing is that in Rutland is where that's where the gang originated. I think you can find out pretty cleanly with a big be informed roll. And that is where a lot of their power base is going to be drawn up from. It's going to be, hey, guess what? The gang that specializes in illegally acquiring and smuggling rock salt first is full of salt miners, which I've got to tell you, mining for rock salt and quarrying rocks, not a great life. A lot of them are ex-criminals already. Like they were sentenced to hard labor for other unrelated crimes and basically joined a gang. So in the Rutland area, they have, large volumes of thugs. They're going to be armed with sticks, fists, and improvised weapons, but there's going to be a lot of them, and they're going to be big and burly.
All right. Okay.
So basically, if as you said, you want to attack might, I think your primary strategy is twofold. One, you could just have your guys roll through the streets of Brinton in the middle of the night and find any hooligans or illegal duelists or whatever on the street and just, like I said, thump them over the head, clap them in irons. Or you could do a full-scale raid on Rutland. That's where they originate. It is a valid target. You have sent letters ahead to House Palak. Actually, I don't know if I mentioned this on camera tonight. Lord Palak, the Old Stone, is away. He is currently settling your business with House Ferretti about food. That means that his son, Lord Emery, who is your head constable, is in residence in town and is probably the other half of your military operation besides Lord Ferran. So, just telling him that, hey, by the way,
tell him
we're making
something.
I mean, no, Inos has sent a letter ahead, so.
Oh, good.
Basically, you're telling him that, hey, the strike we talked about is happening, sort of a thing. He would know that there would be military action involved. You're just letting him know that, hey, we're doing it now. That's what this is about, not something else,
Honestly, I think we should probably... How far? We're about mid-afternoon, right?
Yeah, mid to late afternoon at this point.
How long would it take the boys to march to Rutland?
To march? You probably won't get there until evening.
It's fine because the thing's happening around basically just before midnight anyway.
Yeah, no. I think we've given enough time for the letter to get done, and if it hasn't, well, I'll beg forgiveness from the head constable. But as much as I would like just to slap them now, I'd rather have our big might be used on the big lads, and then we'll try to clean up on the way back, probably on the morrow. Because, like I said, the boys have been marching. I don't want to make them try to do 2 engagements in one day.
Fair, good idea. All right.
So yeah, we will march on to Rutland. They will set up camp, probably a little ways from town. And then we will try to find the Marquess and the boys and find out what's happening.
All right. So you guys set out. We smash cut to Rutland. It is probably,
Wait. Sorry.
Oh,
Can I just clarify something?
Yeah.
Sorry, because we haven't run this in a week, so I accidentally used my draft notes. No, I don't have a gun. I have a bow. That's probably important to. I was spitballing taking a gun, but then I'm like, wait, no, I would use a bow instead. So yeah,
I guess you have the arms for it now.
I think longbow and light crossbow have the exact same stats.
No, I took the good bow as a path. So.
Okay, yeah, you're longbowing. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Not throwing knives anymore?
No.
I think he still has some throwing, but.
I did swap it, if that's okay with you. I still have throwing the skill, but the path I swapped just for ease of not filling this thing up.
That's fair. I think if you're
Yeah.
I mean, you have 2 arms now, so that would be a pretty significant character moment to like revamp things.
Yeah.
If you're not, not doubling up, that's fine. All right. Yeah. So you got a bow. That's fair. All right. So you guys set out, and you're, like I said, you're leading a march of men. They are lamplighters. They are wearing, dark gray coats, tall hats. They have a lot of lanterns. It's kind of their thing.
Mm-hmm. Just a parade of Bloodborne cosplayers marching across the land.
No, Aurelia's our real Bloodborne cosplayer.
Yeah.
Is it cosplay if it's actually the outfits of the time?
It's cosplay because we're not fighting eldritch demons.
Yet.
True.
Wait till the fog veil.
Wait till you guys get some more insight. But yeah, so I want to cut to the Rutland team. It's late afternoon, like probably getting towards sunset. You guys are probably thinking about maybe ordering, your afternoon meal. You guys probably just basically have the run of the tavern, so I don't know what you guys have been doing all day to kill time because you were planning on it. But good.
As I mentioned, Konrad is still like probably not maybe constantly, but he is checking in at the warehouse, making sure like he's still staking it out. So see if anything pops up. So.
Yeah, so that's you. Leslok, Logesh, you guys are probably kind of out of sight, so I don't know exactly what you've been doing.
I am probably trying to not be noticed as the Marquess in town.
That's fair. But whatever window you're by, Leslok, which could be like you could be in your tavern room or you could be in the tavern.
Question.
Inos jumps at the window.
Can I sense us through a window?
Yeah, I think you just need eye contact.
All right, cool. So I have Konrad. I might just be doing that through him so he could tell me.
But a crow hops onto the ledge of your window sill and just kind of like on the window.
Recalling how the last time I saw a crow at a window, it was Aurelia spying on us.
Yeah, it's like
I sigh and open the window.
12 crows jump through the window.
No one expects the Corvid Inquisition.
No, she got better at it, huh?
So you're wondering
I think you saw her do like 8 or 9 before you guys attacked the manor in Lake Clear.
Well, she's gotten better then.
Yeah, she did roll 2 10s actually. Yeah. So yeah, no. Which also, by the way, means these guys are locked in for 10 hours, baby.
Yeah, that's useful.
So yeah, no. So they just kind of like hop around you, like kind of sit on your shoulders. Some of them decide to sit on Logesh to, make room, but they do kind of just ignore you, Logesh. But they, one of them just kind of looks at you, Leslok, and kind of just like, ah.
Well, it looks like we're getting assistance. I can only assume I know what this is going to entail.
I feel like Leslok just without any pretense says, like, to the gathering, to the murder of crows. That is their term.
Called, yes.
That's the term.
Yeah, I know.
So murder of crows, it's like, do you need me to do something or you to help?
Crow noises.
Rustle their feathers back and forth, and then kind of like, most of them stand there. A few of them, I think, kind of like hop around, kind of like look out the windowsill. Like, Leslok, you've never seen like crows sit and do guard duty before, but that's kind of what it looks like they're doing. Like I said, a couple of them just kind of like hop back out on the windowsill and just kind of like do that thing that crows do, and they're just like looking out. So they don't, when you say like, what are you here for? They don't really change their behavior too much, but seem to just kind of like settle in.
I pet a crow.
Oh, something's probably gone wrong then somewhere else.
Nah. It's not going to say anything now.
a crow casually deigns to accept the pets.
Yes.
I guess I'll look out the window of like, can I see where Konrad is at all?
Kind of depends. Conrad, like you said, you're not like all the time, but how do you think you're staking this place out? Like, are you skulking down alleys? Are you gonna like walk by it on the street? You know, every few minutes, kind of a thing.
I'm probably just like every like. I imagine probably since they are there, probably maybe at the top of the hour, each hour I'll kind of go and kind of give a walk by and then come back.
Yeah. So yes, if you put an eye out, you can probably see Conrad, or you can wait for him to walk back in.
I'm just gonna cast this then because I can make it simple because it's like 200 feet of this.
Oh yeah, if you can make eye contact.
And if I can simply make eye contact, I can just send him a message that's at least that's like up to like on average like 5 words.
Yep.
I have an expert die, so I'll just that as a 10. So
Fair enough.
4, 6.
that doesn't matter. It's just one. It's 4 by 6, so 10 words.
Yeah.
Crows.
Now I do the thing that we
Yeah.
do with the D&D message spell, or sending spell access to figure out how many words to use. It's okay. I understand.
Crows gathered Aurelia. Something wrong. Come over here.
Shit, I should have been counting faster. I think that's under 10 though.
Yeah, that's under 10.
Yeah, so Conrad, you just kind of like hear these words kind of like inside your ears. This does require eye contact, so you can also, if you look up, can see, Leslok sitting in an open window. And you're what, since 5 now? Since 4?
Me or him?
Conrad?
Since 4.
Yeah, no, you could probably see that, like, there's a couple of crows sticking out the
Oh no, I am since 5.
windowsill.
Never mind.
Yeah, you were saying, yeah. So you could see that there's like a couple of crows like sitting in the windowsill.
Honestly, like I
after
think
you
Leslok's like
receive this
I think
message
Leslok's
in
like
Leslok's
saying
voice.
like words into his hand, like it's a receiver kind of thing. So it's like
Yeah.
that's like part of the gesture.
Also, just because it's how the spell works, you, Conrad, may use up to 10 words to reply, if you so choose.
I mean,
Okay.
and then
He uses 1.
Konrad continues to walk in the direction he was going anyway. So
So when you get back to the room, though, you're not surprised to find, in addition to the people you left there are, as I said before, 12 crows, which kind of like hang out around Leslok.
She's gotten quite better at
Aurelia
it.
told them to
and friends of yours,
find him and
Block?
look out for him.
No, okay.
I never
What's
picked up
going
that
on?
one. I'm not fully sure, but I think something's gone wrong somewhere else. They really sent crows to
You-
protect me.
Huh? Crows.
All right.
Glancing
Let's
out the window.
not dwell on this too long.
Axe, use your mirror to see what Aurelia is up to.
That's fair.
Or
I-
actually, do you have regular scry?
Checking. No, but I
It's
could
in
just
your
spend 2
list.
XP right now to get it out of the way.
I mean, you don't have to, but you can use mirror to ask questions. If you had scrying, it would be very easy to just be like, "Hey, where's Aurelia right now?" You can also mirror though. Let's see. The tavern probably
Yeah, find out.
does
Yeah,
have
find
a
out where
mirror.
she is. We can go see what's up.
I'm gonna just roll that then.
All right, roll it out. That will be 7 minutes.
What's up? But what has transpired?
Well, it'll depend as always.
I just didn't think that Konrad would say
Uh,
what's up. So
Yeah, that's your good.
7s and 9s, yeah.
All right. What question do you wish to ask the mirror?
Where in Teine is Aurelia Logi? Let's make it specific.
So
that is
you
true.
ask the mirror, and it kind of like. Just imagine, like, not that you guys would know necessarily what like a like Skyview is, but like zoom out, do a big like sky shot from Norlon, and then ratchet in, camera deep focus, and you see the mirror kind of like zoom in to a location which is currently somewhere between Brinton and Rutland, where you see Aurelia, Inos, your mother Cressida, and Nicola commanding what can only be described as an army of lamplighters in full battle rattle. Inos, good question. Depending on subtlety, should they be drumming and bugling in time, or are we trying to be a little more subtle than that?
A little more subtle than that. I'm not gonna stop a cadence. So I'm not gonna stop a cadence so everyone can stay on foot. But
yeah. Like, I'll have you know that if I didn't see you here, the next question to ask is, what is currently Enos Raklan doing in time?
Well, he's with her, so yeah.
Yeah, so that doesn't matter.
Yeah, and that's what you see.
Oh, what did
also, assuming that you're doing this in the same room, nowhere in the spell does it say that only you receive this information. So if
I know we can see the mirror, can see it.
Konrad are watching, they see the same thing.
So I was correct when I saw the birds. Yeah, so they're on their way. Reinforcements are coming.
Shit.
One of the crows kind of like looks askance at the mirror, kind of like ding, ding.
I feel like I missed something for why it led to this. Oh, no matter, it's how to deal with it.
I mean, wasn't the attack coming?
No, you're right. I was expecting it to be like set up by her tomorrow. After that.
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Let's just...
Oh, you're right. We'll do it now.
Take the circumstances, apologize for any foolhardy choices we made in rushing out here, and then we can sort it all out.
The effort. Fuck.
If it works out, I don't have to. There's not much to apologize.
Hey, you make me apologize for things that work out all the time.
The Marquess is different.
He's loaded!
His ears are burning.
Well, let's go out and meet him then. No, if they're coming to attack, then there's no reason to stick around here.
Yeah, no, you're right. Also, just to say this to everyone, I'm the Marquess. I'm the one people apologize to.
It's true.
Say it.
That is.
Say it with your chest.
That is factually correct. Yes. Anyway, so Konrad wants to
I know what you are, a Marquess.
12 crows throw Logesh out the window.
That was good.
No!
They form Crowtron. Hit him with the final crow sword. The finishing move.
The blade of murder.
He explodes in a firework.
And then and then the puppet show ends. And then the puppet show ends and we move on.
A fight crow work? No, that didn't work.
We're having way too much fun. It has been like 2 weeks. Whew. Okay.
The sword must be called the murder sword.
The murder sword or the blade of murder?
Yeah, she's an edgy demon.
I still have the raging demon one. That's the one.
It's the blade of murder, definitely.
Saved it for a reason.
All right, so yes, you guys are going to come out and meet the coming army. Yes?
Yes. We'll spare you like an hour or two.
Yes.
The whole army?
Relatively.
I mean, yeah, no. Like I said, I think I could simplify this, and it's basically just like you guys go to meet. You probably find because they're an army. You find a couple of probably lamplighters on Vanguard are like, oh shit, it's the Marquess. Hey, your lordship, and then just blah, 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 back on up. So we can like I said simplify this, and the player characters can be together as
Yes.
You guys meet up with it as described. Inos, Nicola, Aurelia, Cressida, and Aesilfur, all on horseback.
Yeah. It's like
So I guess we share all the plan or what happened.
Inos will, upon, meeting the Marquess, swing off his horse and be like, "Cuz, are you okay? Did they get you?" Everything fine?
I'm okay. I was more concerned if something happened drastically on your end.
Inos, makes a sigh of relief. It's like, oh, good. We weren't too late then.
Oh, that meeting was going to go terribly, wasn't it?
Meeting?
I feel like Leslok has to look towards Konrad.
Oh, they're doing
What?
that thing again.
You're the one that pressured me into this plan. I was doing well enough on my own. We were going to try and get some information out of the saltwater guys.
Well, you're here anyway.
Enos kind of, tilts his head. It's like, you do know that. I'm sorry. What? I forgot the name of the town that they're in. Is right.
Brinton?
Rutland.
No, Rutland is where you were in.
It's like Rutland is the major base of operations, where they have the most guys and most leaders. Are correct, right?
Yes.
That lines up.
And your plan was to do what again exactly?
Meet one of their
Well, I was trying to track down some of their leaders so that I could disable them, but when the battle came.
Disable them.
Oh, that tracks.
Yes, killed them.
This
Cut
one
off the
sounds
head of the
remarkably
snake.
correct, but also
And you're gonna do this by yourself, but then Logesh and the Marquess got involved somehow.
Yes, from what I understand. They were doing their own thing up in Brinton and were wondering where I was.
Ah, so you didn't tell anyone you were gonna go off on your own and try to kill people.
No, because generally that sort of thing is frowned upon.
Only if you lose.
He's not wrong there, unfortunately.
And if you did happen to lose, we have something we would just call deny, deny, deny. And also, it's a bloody gang. Do you think they're gonna take take you to court over this? Yes, Marquess. This man, your brother came and tried to stop our illegal smuggling operation at Clapham Irons. Inos gives Konrad a very flat look.
No, I was actually considering that I didn't want my brother to be known for sending someone like me after the leaders of people that piss him off.
God, your head is so far up your ass, Konrad. Why would you think that? Because no matter what, you are his brother. Whatever you do reflects on him, and whatever he does reflects on you.
Fine then.
Because
Konrad throws his fucking sword down and starts walking away.
Yes, run away, like you always do.
Inos, you're going to get punched at this rate, or worse.
You know
No,
what?
no, no.
Let's do that. Konrad, I challenge you to a duel.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, he's
Not
invoked
it.
the right of combat.
Not it.
All right. Okay.
I'll be mediator.
All right, Konrad will turn back around and start walking towards Inos.
I feel like just from the direction of Moira, there's just deep sigh, gets off horse. All right, well, you've been challenged to a duel in front of, well, I don't know, bloody 300 witnesses?
Mm-hmm.
Lord Konrad, do you accept the challenge? Moira says with defeat in her heart.
Yes.
Well, as the challenged, you have the right to pick weapons.
No weapons.
All right. Squaresies, mano a mano, as they will. All right. She pulls out a handkerchief. Master of Ceremonies, Inos, this is your opportunity. Do you accept the terms or back down from your challenge?
I can't put any further terms, right? At this point.
No, you're the challenge.
Yeah. And so I'm like, nope.
Challenger. All right then. She, like I said, pulls out a silk handkerchief and gestures to because the whole march comes to a stop for this, by the way. And she's like, "All right, lads, give us some room. Give us some room." So the lamplighters will form, probably using like their muskets and lamplighting poles and stuff, a rough circle of, probably 10-foot square. Moyer will remind the two that, all right. Shirt sleeves only.
Oh yeah, Enos will strip down.
Yep.
Time for this.
Double Konrad.
She's like, all right. Well, in the art of pugilism, this will continue until one of you is either can't get back up or doesn't feel like getting punched anymore. Got it?
Got it.
She's going to hold the handkerchief up, and she's going to turn it aside to Nicola and be like, all right, Doctor, hope you're ready. And she'll throw the handkerchief down. Enos, I think you have the lowest sense out of the two.
I forget. If he says fist only, is casting spells on myself against the rules?
Usually that is considered ungentlemanly, yes.
Do I care about being a gentleman right now?
I mean, you are being watched by, as Meyer pointed out, by like 300 dudes.
I'm not going to judge, honestly. That's just me, though.
Oh, I'm judging the hell out of both of you.
Well, you judge every.
Nah, I think he'll have a better endpoint. Me? Enos is just gonna sit there, crossed-armed, and just look at Konrad. He does nothing.
Like a disappointing
Konrad,
parent.
you are aware that he is declaring no action. What do you want to do at Sense 5?
Konrad just walks right up to him and stands in front of him and folds his arms as well.
Oh my god.
Okay. I can simplify this. How many minutes do you guys think you're going to do this part?
That's fair.
I'm not swinging.
Neither is Konrad.
All right, probably after, I want to say, after 5 minutes of this, Moira's going to pick back up her handkerchief.
I declared a contest.
I declare this fucking stupid.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Moira's been officiating because she's the fencing master, but I think she is just gonna come up behind the two of you, clap both her hands on her shoulders, and like, not hard, but kind of like do the classic like bonk your noggins together trick.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of like doink and being like, "Oh no, they've both struck each other. It's a draw," and then start ushering away guys. No contest. Go on. Shoo. Don't you have army things to be doing? Oh,
Second formation.
Yeah.
Nicola will try and sneak away with the army.
Doctor, you stay
You don't
here.
want to be part of this conversation.
God damn it.
No, you stay here.
Now, Enos immediately starts and, slightly rubbing his head. It's all like, have you had your time to think then, Konrad? Are you going to walk away again?
No, I'm going to go over and sit down.
Will you be ready to march with the army at least?
Yes.
Good. Enos grabs his kid and starts walks off.
Honestly, you both have such bloody thick heads. I'm not sure how both of you are still standing.
It's like, oh no, I just challenged him so he wouldn't run away.
Yeah, I know, but still. I think out of the two of it would be Aurelia with a pocket watch. Moira just points it at Aurelia, who's holding up her watch. She's just like, 10 minutes, man. All right, okay.
It's like, Enos shrugs. It's like, we met up with the Marquess and the boys. Time limit is not necessarily a matter anymore. I'd rather spend 10 minutes making Konrad, Konrad stop and think, and then rather him go off into the woods and not being able to reach him in a time of need.
You know what? Fair. All right. Okay, everyone get back, mount back up. We'll rejoin.
Like, Inos was completely prepared to just get pummeled by Konrad if it got out the aggression.
Inos, I think you're learning the wrong... I think you're learning the wrong things from me.
No, I'm doing it with full idea of they don't need me to fight a war. I'm a social character.
Out of character, I want to say that I think that Konrad has shown himself to be a better and more upstanding person than he sometimes thinks he is.
Yeah.
Running
Honestly,
into
I wasn't sure.
the hitch to beat the shit out of people.
No, I didn't think he was going to beat the shit out of Inos.
I genuinely didn't know. It could have gone either way.
I mean, I think
feel
if
like after
Inos
you
had
cross your
decided
arms,
to
you wouldn't
like
have.
put up his dukes and like throw a punch, I think you guys could have slugged it out. Somebody probably grabs
my
a
fight
horse from
against
the
this?
train
Hell
and
no.
supplies the Marquess with it.
Oh, excuse me. Heaven forbid to actually put damage on Konrad when he might be going into battle. Screw that.
Yeah. I think, after probably making sure Konrad has time to, like, sit, probably get some water.
Mm-hmm.
Moira will probably come over and be like, all right, lad. You all right? Gestures to your head.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, you got all your kit?
Barely felt it after the Cyclops blast.
It's true. That's a lot more serious. But Moira kind of pauses and says, I haven't done a lot of real, war fighting, big guys, fields, shooting, that kind of thing. But I've seen the sideshow from it a couple of times. Even if things are real, orderly, and professional, it's still going to be chaos. So I'll make sure you have your wits about you.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be many opportunities to thump or stab or shoot lots of people today, tomorrow, and probably the bloody day after.
I don't want to shoot all of them. I just want to get their leaders. Those people are just poor schmucks that don't know what they're doing.
Point of order, a lot of them are ex-criminals. They know exactly what they're doing.
Well, Comrade doesn't know that part yet. You guys haven't actually had a chance to talk about your battle tactics. But Moira will, say, kind of hands on hips and says, well, fair enough. But luckily, I think most of the boys we're going to be fighting tonight are the ones who are looking for a fight.
I wanted to...
And that, I know for a fact, there's
discrediting
going to
all
be something around.
I'll be there.
All right, good.
Speaking of which...
Go grab his sword at that where he put it.
I wanted to ask... do we have, like, are we going to have downtime here?
Well, we got to finish our mark to Rutten, but after that we'll probably have a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what
you make
downtime
any...
will look like. Go next.
I'm planning on making something alchemical, but...
Did you make any stone skins along the way, or was it just
no,
questions?
that
Okay.
takes a lot more time. That's 8 hours, I believe.
Yeah, you're not going to have that right away.
No,
I was curious because it's been 3.
I was thinking an aromatica, which once again takes
That does help.
5 minutes.
Yeah, you should have enough time to prepare that. Because basically what's going to happen is that depending on like how much you guys want to talk, like if Leslok or Logesh or Konrad wants to ask any questions once you guys are like on horseback about the march. If not, like I said, they will, again, not like full camp, like they're not going to like dig fortifications, but like your lamplighters will start to camp out, probably just like at dusk, as the sun is setting.
Sorry.
Are we going to go for a night attack?
I mean, if that's up to you guys. Like, I imagine that like they will probably pitch at least one command tent.
Yes, I think we should at least have a command tent because I need a command tent. And I need a map of the town.
Yeah,
We need
so
a
you will
command
be
post for
supplied
them to
with
capture.
local maps. There will be probably a couple of officers. Like I have not done my, my poor bones chat, and we did try to do raids yesterday. Good
Yeah.
lord. But like, so I haven't actually. I've been thinking about. I need to write my big book of war for Rain. To just kind of like discuss how tactics are. So I don't know about like with the units of this size, like how many guys you got, like what your highest ranking officers are. Like I said, you've probably got a few hundred, so we're probably company strength. So there's probably like a couple of captains, couple of lieutenants and stuff. So you've got a handful of officer corps. Ready to rock. They supply you with maps. They've got like lanterns and stuff. Probably what happens is, like I said, the soldiers don't camp, but they probably like start a couple of small pit fires. They like set pickets and stuff, and probably, prepare an evening meal, start cooking salt beef and bread.
Yeah, it's good for
Some tinned biscuits.
Yeah, let them
I have
get
a
in.
question. Sorry.
I will have the word be passed that we will probably be doing a night attack, so everyone, pop a squat, get some food into you, and take a nap if you can.
Oh my god, I had a question.
Yeah.
For abilities that say stack with worn armor, would they also stack with my bonus armor from not wearing armor instead?
Yes. Like if you drink a stone skin potion, I think you still get your one AR everywhere, but your legs for the bear wrestling.
Gotcha.
Because that is a special quality of armor.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have any stone skin potions.
I mean, so to answer the side question, like hitting
Axe
influence does affect them, but remember that mechanically reducing their influence does not actually kill them as a company. Like influence is their ability to affect people outside the company. Sovereignty is the company's opinion of itself and the loyalty of its members. So, like, yes, blunting their influence would make them like less impactful to the rest of the group, would be less able to wield like politics against you. But if you want to make them collapse in on themselves, like I said, sovereignty and territory, like physically remove their holdings, knock over their sources of rock salt, bust up their warehouses, etc., so they have no place to store their ill-gotten gains, that kind of a thing. Make sure they have no place to hang out and plan their secret crimes. And sovereignty, make these guys feel like they can't exist as a gang anymore. Like whether it's like, oh shit, the Marquess is like beating our asses kind of a thing. Like we gotta like lay low. Or if it's like, shit, man, this, group of smugglers and thieves isn't worth our loyalty kind of a thing. That's all sovereignty.
And honestly, if we defeat their leadership, most of the non-loyal members who are kind of just driven into this shit by circumstances are going to cut their losses and just run.
Well, that's the thing I want to avoid. I want to avoid the running.
No, I'm saying the people that aren't like the hardened criminal core gang members who are just like, I'm poor and there's no jobs here. What the fuck should I do?
Yeah, if you destroy their sovereignty, those group will not, without loyalty to the cause, they're just back to being, beggars and widow women and orphans.
So, in the
Which
command,
at the very least, I know that the Marquess has, and several of the others have discussed that, like, we don't really want to be like clapping beggars and orphans and irons. If anything else, it's because they can't pay the fine.
It's true. But in the command, and Inos will lay out the information. Basically, the locations that the most men will probably be at. What their enemies should make up of, ex-criminals armed with pickaxes and whatnot. So basically, aim for the big swarly dudes, probably with very bad clothes and wielding improvised tools such as, pickaxes, hammers, and other improvised things. It says, as with their lap letters, we'll go for a night attack. Hopefully we can catch them off guard. We don't know about that. We did just march a whole bunch of dudes up here, but we'll see. Inos will
captains
turn
kinda
to
nods and says, one of your captains will just kind of nods and says, "Boys are well prepared for a night attack. It's usually what we do. Fighting men with axes and hammers is a little different than raiding the den of a monstrum, but we've fought highwaymen and the like before."
Inos does, gives a nod, and turns to the Marquess, Konrad, and Logesh. Do you guys have any other additional information you want to add to this?
Well, Konrad has been the one sticking it out, so he would have the most.
They have a warehouse which has at least middle management for the gang at this location. I'll gesture to the rough location on the map.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your maps are not going to be super precise, but yeah, you've got a like rough street.
It's like
map.
that area of town. So.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll start there.
Personally, I have nothing else to add because you've done a wonderful job so far, Inos.
Inos kind of, brushes off the compliment. But out of character,
Nicola,
do you not want to mention that maybe you guys were setting up some sort of meeting?
I thought we mentioned that earlier.
Nope.
Actually, no, I realized, no, you didn't. Yeah, you guys, Konrad and Inos got into a fight before that plan actually got clarified.
Okay, well, I don't know how to word it exactly, but just we were going
tell
to
us.
one of the hierarchies. Yes, I
what am I saying?
explained the situation.
All
Nicola,
right.
wasn't invited, Nicola wasn't invited to the meeting.
Yes, then we will add that meeting, quote unquote, to our attack plan. It's all like,
Surprise, fuckers.
all right. I'll turn to Konrad. Konrad, do you want to lead the strike against that meeting still?
Sure, they were expecting to meet me after all.
Perfect. Marquess, as much as you may want to get into combat, I do hardly recommend you stay back. But we are going to need a overall strategist to coordinate everything. And I do believe that Logesh, you have put the most study into the field of large-scale strategy and tactics?
I would like to hope so. If someone else has been doing so, feel free to step forward.
I don't know.
I've been honing my quantum game just to defeat you.
Can you beat a 1 in tactics, Loth? I don't think you can.
Can I beat a what?
A 1.
Actually, I am curious. What is your strategy pool, Loth?
Me?
Yeah.
8d10 with a master die.
Why are you...
Wait, in strategy or tactics?
Strategy?
They're separate skills. Yes.
Yeah, they're both 8d10 with a master die.
Oh, wow.
And he says, if anyone better, speak up. Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't know. Some people go hard on...
I didn't say speak... I didn't say if anyone's better, I said if anyone else... You know what, fuck it. No.
Anyway, then I recommend...
I will take charge, then.
Well, I will recommend that that the Marquess, the commander of these forces, as I have relinquished my temporary command to him, put Logesh in charge of planning our strategy.
Mm-hmm.
But other than
Leslok
that,
nods sagely, I imagine.
But other than that, we have a few hours to kill, and we have a battle. We have a battle to win.
I imagine, like I said, Aurelia kind of speaks up. She would have joked with that, but say, well, I think I would prefer to accompany Konrad in a small detachment there, if only for, reasons we have discussed previously, because she can juice up followers.
Mm-hmm.
But that leaves the question of Aurelia gestures to the top of the command tent, where I just imagine, once again, still 12. She had 10 hours, man. There's still 12 ravens chilling in the rafters.
Mm-hmm.
What about...
And Blot. Blot's up there also.
Yeah. So,
I'm just
so,
imagining
so,
that Pixar short.
13 ravens are perched above you as you guys chat about strategy. But yeah, basically, she would ask, "What do we want to do with these assets?"
I have an idea, but I want anyone. If anyone else has an idea, please speak first.
Have them
I
scout
have a
around.
very terrible idea that is inhumane.
Let's not be inhumane to crows, please.
Yeah, I was like, we could strap
I'm-
fireworks to them.
Curious about one thing. What brought all of you here
Oh,
in the first place?
my apologies. I never did explain that. I'm assuming Lady Cressida is in the tent with us as well.
Yes.
She wasn't mentioned up to this point, so.
Yeah. Inos will gesture to Lady Cressida and is like, she prophesies the future in which you would all be in, well, the Marquess would be in, should I say great danger?
I
I'll
believe
say
that was
great.
the phrase she used earlier.
In great danger. And as I knew that you were, that you had gone to the area of Brighton, and that we were planning the attacks against the Flatsalts, I made the assumption that it would probably be something Flatsalt related and decided to come in force.
Huh.
And
Yeah,
this-
she kind of raises a hand and nods her head and says, "Yes, I attempted to interpret events and believe, if what I understood what the mirror was telling me correctly, that you were in danger. When I could not ascertain your exact location, I turned to Inos. Well, actually, I
Alright.
asked Aurelia first, but
Inos
Aurelia
will
just
turn.
kind
Maybe
of
it-
shrugs and says, "Not really an expert in scrying and visions. Sorry, Mother."
Well, maybe we could have those ravens look for any gathering of men before the attack.
Should probably be able to do that. She kind of like whistles to a bird. It hops down onto her finger. She's just like, "Can you guys?" I know she. Yeah, I think she would phrase it as, "Can you lot fly around the town and circle anywhere where there's lots of men, preferably big burly men?" Crow just kind of tilts his head and kind of like, "Ah, uh-huh."
You got it, boss.
The crow whips out a cigar. Yeah,
Got it,
boss.
boss.
We'll mark them real good, boss. You want I should break their legs too, boss? No.
I'll
The
do
crows
it
do
for a
not
corn chip.
We could toss them in the. We could toss them in the ocean. We could toss them off the docks.
I really got lost with that one.
We can fit it with a cinder block pair of shoes. No,
It's
but
perfect
yeah,
for, like, for the
I
future.
just imagine that, like, again, I want to point out, like, it's a little unnatural how this works. Like, she issues them orders, and they just kind of like hop down onto the ground, and they file out of your tent and then take wing.
I'm just thinking of just a fucking row of crows just waddling along out the tent.
I'm walking here.
I mean, can't it really also understand what they're saying to her, or is it only going one way?
No, because she doesn't. She has
That's-
not cast Ears of the Forest. I don't know if she's learned that yet either. It's on her list of things to pick up, but
That is
she's
really
not attempted
weird.
to cast. Normally with Soulcraft, you can't really understand what they say back. It's more that just they follow your orders as
Gotcha.
followers.
I'm squawking here.
I know that's sorcery, but that's still really weird to see.
It is weird for myself as well.
I think Aurelia kind of like leans over and says, "Gonna be honest, I've done this, 3 or 4 times in practice. It's still a little weird."
Hey, no, plot, you stay here.
A Block kind of like annoyedly pecks at the ground and hops back over to Konrad.
He wanted that corn chip.
Boom.
My phone.
Yeah, you wanted that cold chip?
Why do you take it from me?
Anyway,
All right, S. Back to
You
the
never let
plan.
me
Yeah.
have any
All right,
trouble.
so
So you gotta basically, I can have your officers recap. So you're gonna send probably a small detachment with Konrad to catch this meeting, see what happens.
yes,
And then presumably at least a decent chunk of your force is going to kick in the door of the warehouse and be like, nobody move.
Yes.
You're all under arrest.
I feel like
And-
I should.
Go ahead.
But keep going.
I was just gonna say. So, like, we have had some both in and out of character questions about like rules of engagement. Basically, your lamplighters are like highway guards, like they are constables and officers of the road. Basically, they also serve as a military unit to fight monsters, but their purpose is almost police like. They're not necessarily gonna just unless you're telling them to do that, which you are not. They're not necessarily going to blast first and ask questions later.
Oh, God,
it's
no.
more of like, because you are doing attack, you are authorizing them to use force to incapacitate the enemy's might.
Yeah.
I want to say, I think you guys are pretty safe in the assumption that if you have correctly read these guys, which you have in character, no reason to think, and out of character, no reason to think you haven't. Enos succeeded on be informed. That
For what, finally?
these guys are going to fight back. Like, they're going to see, a couple dozen lamplighters, kick their door in and go, say, nobody move. And they're going to be like, they're going to,
Oh, I'm moving.
draw
You
steel.
take me alive, copper.
Yeah, basically. So, like, you should presume that there will be some level of fighting. It will not be like a massacre because, again, you are not ordering these guys to gun them down to a man. But you should assume that there will be some level of resistance, and that will be where the fighting is started. And depending on like your strategy rolls and like, what you guys are doing in the fight and events, I think with so many of you here and having an officer corps, you guys should probably be able to keep the chaos to a minimum.
That's
like,
the hope.
So long as you guys are standing here and ready to like issue orders and keep discipline, like. You shouldn't have an issue of like even if you lose, you guys shouldn't have to worry about a rout. You can probably pull off an orderly retreat, but like you're probably going to avoid, secondary fights and stuff and issues. I think probably the primary thing to be concerned about is, I've mentioned this is a town that's a little shabby. It's made of a lot of wood and stone. Is like, if you're doing urban fighting, you should probably worry about fires.
Mhm.
You may want to like keep a couple of your couple units of lamplighters in reserve as impromptu firemen.
Bucket men.
Yeah.
Because like this town does have a town watch. You have not told them what you were doing directly. I do not necessarily. Inos has student espionage. I do not advise you necessarily tell them what you're doing because you don't know
I don't know
who's
in
paid
whose
off
pocket.
and who isn't.
Yep.
Yeah. All Enos knows is that this is their guys' like origin point. This is where they're from originally, and where they're the quote unquote strongest. So they probably have some of the coppas in their pocket.
At least some of them, yeah.
If the Marquis or anyone who's in charge does not have any objections to it, Nicola would be likely spending a lot of time, not in so much as combat as helping make sure civilians aren't like getting involved.
Honestly, what do you roll for attack? Might plus territory? No, might plus treasure.
Yes.
Territory is defend. That's right.
Strength and supplies, yeah.
Like, honestly, again, it's because you guys are urban fighting, like, you're going to be basically house-to-house fighting. This is not going to be like you form, like, a classic, square of shooting or a firing line. Probably a decent chunk of your forces will be dedicated to, like, getting civilians out of the way, keeping streets cordoned off so civilians can't get into the fighting areas. Another thing Nicola might want to consider doing is they're probably going to run up an infirmary tent.
Yeah.
No, I'm definitely going to do that then.
No matter what, people are going to get beat up.
Yes.
Lady Cressida knows a little bit about healing, so I think that's where she'll post herself
Yeah.
for the time being.
I will. Oh, this feels so awkward to say because she's like the ex Marquessa, but like I'll ask her if she's okay with assisting me. I think I have a higher healing pool than she does.
I mean, you're a trained doctor. She's not.
Yes, yeah. She did some informal healing for the court because she knows a lot about herbalism as well. But no, she will.
I think it's in my backstory that I learned herbalism from her.
That sounds about right. I think she's got like 5D in it.
Because I do still have a lot of like I have student herbalism and natural herbalism, the path.
Yeah, she also has a couple of points in both those things, and
Yeah, so I think I learned that from her.
all right, okay. You guys are gonna do an attack. I mean, a pretty easy one is just have a better strategy than the others. So you're gonna have Logesh take care of that. Anything else you guys want to do?
Can I try to like locate any of like their key figures ahead of time with like mirror or that complicate things?
No, I think you can still do it. That's probably good for like a +1 bonus on the roll. It's you're using sorcery instead of like a different skill, but you're like literally you only have one building to target. Like if you just ask where the Flatsalt bosses are, or where their warehouses are, that should be specific enough to give you a bonus. We can abstract a little.
I mean, it would probably be like just to abbreviate this, be like first question be like who is the leader of the Flatsalts, and then where are they, and then like so on. Yeah.
Gain good tactical intelligence on the eve of a battle. +1d. Yeah, that can be a +1.
All right then. Cool.
Can we get any other good?
Where
And let me see. I'm pretty sure that
would the crows add another +1?
No, probably not like a full +1.
I guess to gain a penalty, I guess.
We have no penalties.
Yeah.
All right now. Right, you're not fighting from entrenchments. Out of character because we're getting ready. I'll reveal to you. Spoilers. You're not surprising. I rolled 5d10 earlier. That was the Flatsalts being formed.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
So they know that they're about to be attacked.
Yeah.
They only have a couple hours to prep, so they're not really going to get anything fancy. But you're not going to get a +1 for surprise.
9.
Okay.
Well, so funnily enough, by the way, you ask the mirror. You ask what's going on. Who's in charge. You see kind of like a shadowy ring of figures, and some of their faces kind of like come into clarity. The main thing is that like they don't really seem to have like a central leader, but like I said, there's a ring of guys, and at the central there is a man. And much like the last time you asked the question of like a non-existent guy, I just feel like video game style, the mirror spell like puts a name over the central guy's head. Isaac Langford. He's kind of shabby, middle-aged, little gaunt, like a little thin.
Is he a
permanent
sailor, or is he
stubble.
like a...
What was that, X?
is he like a sailor, or is he like a warehouse?
No, he looks like, honestly, he looks like a miner, or an ex-miner. Maybe like he's dressed kind of like a tavern keep, like tunic, leather apron, work gloves, calloused hands.
Makes sense. Okay.
Did I actually have a name for this place? Mechanically, my notes literally say they have been running for over a decade. The Flatsalts don't really have a single conspiracy leader. They have like a small inner circle of senior members.
Gotcha.
But I did generate this NPC to kind of be a face if you're looking for like a face for the clan.
Yeah, one of their heads. Okay.
Okay, no, I don't have any.
The other question would be like, where in Teine is Isaac Langford, and so on and so on.
I don't make you roll again. I can make this pretty simple. You see an image of a bunkhouse and a like, not really like a tavern, but kind of like a public house, basically like
boarding house.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a bunk where like a lot of miners like live, and he serves like food, simple bread and canteen rations to the locals.
Okay. That wouldn't be in Rutland, right?
No, it is in Rutland.
Okay. I will then dispense this to the battle plan of being like, what the people we should probably zone out.
You'll send a couple dozen boys to knock on his door and see what's up. So Konrad and Aurelia are going to the tavern to try and make your meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I think none of the rest of you are being Nicola's staying in the infirmary tent, but I think none of the rest of you are being deployed. Like you're gonna be rolling strategy, Logesh. Almost said the wrong name. So that's up to you where you want to lead from. Like, are you gonna lead from the front, lead from the rear unit, kind of a thing? Inos, Leslok are basically free. They do not have to engage in frontline combat.
Nor should
I will go where I'm told to, but I'm not going to volunteer myself for anything.
That's fair.
In which,
I gotta get into
Engage in a role of tomfoolery.
in which case, I will ask directly Enos and Leslok if they prefer to be on the front lines doing something, or if they prefer to be back here just in case.
I'm going to be real. You should not put your Marquess on the front lines.
I'd rather be here in the back, because if one of them is like foolish to like come to here, I'll have.
Like I said,
Okay. In which case, Enos, you are being volunteered to be an officer on the front lines.
Oh, very well.
Well, officer leading one of the lamplighters. Don't worry. You won't be actually front.
Very well then. This will go horribly, by the way.
I think you do better than you think you will.
I have no strategy or tactics, my dude.
I have no strategy or tactics either.
Yes, but look at what you've managed to accomplish here by bringing everyone here.
I mean, actually, talking about like individual, like leading a small unit. What's your inspire, Enos?
2?
Better than nothing.
What's your command?
3?
So 5. That's not bad.
Honestly, you are probably rolling the same size pool or better than for Inspire anyway, than the actual officers in your army.
I'll put it in this way, Lucky. My Inspire pool is 1. And that's with command.
You have only 2 less Inspire than me.
No, Loth. My command is 1.
No, he's talking to Lucky.
I'm talking to Lucky.
sorry.
Your
Yeah.
command 1. Yeah, so like mechanically, I mean, honestly, after Logesh rolls, oh shit, he's fighting the mic arm again.
Sorry.
It's fighting back.
No, I understand. You gotta wrestle it. After Logesh rolls his strategy versus their strategy, which you can go ahead and do anytime, bud. I will figure out what I'm rolling for them. But assuming that like succeeds and goes correctly, Enos, not Enos, nor anybody else should actually have to roll strategy or tactics unless you
true.
guys are changing something up.
True. I
Uh,
forgot about that, yeah.
I like that master die to be a 9, so 3 9s.
Alrighty, 3 9s. Let me go to. I think this.
Unless I want to go before 2s.
Can we do an Inspire check to rile up the boys? Get another +1 in there?
I'll do it. I have 6 on that.
Well, I'm
Maybe I have,
asking
like,
if we can get a
50.
bonus doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think these guys come with a morale bonus by default, so yeah, I think you can try Inspire.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Inspire your men, Marquess.
All right.
Yeah. Otherwise, I would have done General Visage and done words
I
of
do have
iron.
to. Oh, with that too.
By speaking to the officer corps in private and addressing the troops before battle, a speaker makes a successful Inspire against a difficulty equal to the company's current might to give it a +1 might bonus that lasts for 1 day.
The enemy rolls a 6 and a 9 on their strategy check.
Nice!
This is nice, but does not help them. So you're adding another +1 for attack.
Actually,
for that.
also, if you choose a general visage, because like the might bonus, I think is better.
Honestly, can't you do both?
Yeah, actually, I can.
Because General Visages is your strategist, basically talking privately with the officers and maybe some of the troops. But the Marquess is going to be giving a rousing, general speech.
I'm around with the men.
Yeah.
You're around with the officer.
Yeah, I believe Lucky is correct. Yes, and X2 that you're.
So hey, you know what this means? Enos will be one of the people I have to inspire because he's currently an officer.
It's true. So
Konrad.
basically, the way this scene works is inside your command tent, Logesh is like gonna gather all the officers, captains, lieutenants, probably even some NCOs,
You're
including
gonna
like
go here,
Enos, Konrad, etc., and like puts you all in a circle huddle and is like, all right,
Go
clear
team!
eyes, open hearts, can't lose. Well, outside the Marquess, probably stands on like an overturned bucket or crate and is like, My fellow Teinemen.
We are going to end a blight upon our land today.
Yeah.
That was a bad
So go ahead
time to
and
clear
roll
my throat.
respective rolls.
Well, unfortunately, guys, we still have to make a second might roll, but we can probably do a lot of the same stuff again.
You should be able to
Sexy.
reiterate a few of these, yes.
Yeah.
What's our company's might?
2.
One
sweet.
still pass.
1 still pass.
It's
Yeah,
passable.
ones make it.
Passes, yeah.
It's just an.
But yeah, my
I'm gonna be honest. Leslok, it's probably not your greatest speech, but it's a speech from the heart, and
The points across.
they get that.
the boys are like, yeah. Also, just with the detachment that is going with Konrad, but I will go ahead because it lasts for hours and have Aurelia as you're doing the pre-prep. She's gonna cast Kindle the Spirit.
Yeah.
So that is her Soulcraft pool again.
I didn't double check this, but lucky
7.
advantage. Can I just roll out in other rolls that happen, or do I have to go into the rolls?
I need to. Oh, it's right. I did. I literally. That's why I opened my PDF. I wasn't looking at company rules. I was going to check the lucky advantage, what it says.
Because it just says any. Yeah.
Advantages. While I'm here, I'm thinking about it.
It just says with perception. You can roll a pool, but
No,
no
yeah,
matches
you
turned
can
up.
use that on pools that aren't yours. It says, well, actually, hold on. It says you can re-roll a pool, so I think that has to be a pool you are rolling.
I'm not sure,
think
but
that
fair.
does mean it works on company actions if you roll them, which you are the head of the company is probably appropriate for
It's why I was asking if like
many actions.
even if I'm like not the one leading the action, can I still roll it just so we have like that just in case?
I mean, you're still leading from the back. I think you can roll it because you just have your strategist do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're
but,
the commander here.
All right then.
All right. Really gets 3s. I think that's good enough. I think Kindle the Spirit's a 3.
Checking.
No, I'm already in the right section. Thank you, tabs. H-I-J.
Kindle the Heart is
Kindle Heart,
intensity 1.
Oh, it's only 1. Yeah, so it takes 3 minutes. Honestly, I could probably make that combative and make it intensity 2. But I do like a little. So, Konrad, you are witness to a first moment where, Aurelia just gathers up the guys who are going with you and just kind of like, not really a speech. Like it takes, 3 minutes to kind of for her to build up. But she just kind of like draws a sword, holds it up over her head, says to the, the boys, we're all in this together. Fire and iron, and holds her sword up. And there's like a thing, like just kind of like a vibe goes out from her, like maybe her eyes flash a little or her voice rings out a little extra, and the like I said, probably a couple dozen lamplighters who are with you just kind of like nod and all like draw their side knives and side swords and also hold them up and are like, yeah, hurrah, 'cause they are magicked.
Interesting.
And like honestly, it doesn't mechanically do anything, but you probably feel a little inspired too.
Woo!
Resist, Nuskin. Counterspell, Nuskin.
I was like, you can't make me feel feelings.
Conrad could just get a problem of being like just cautious against magic.
No. Let's not turn this into Warhammer Fantasy RPG.
So he already is like not as much as he was at the very beginning, but like he did definitely have that quality. It's like, what the hell is this shit? I have no idea what this is. It's gone away a bit.
I still appreciate sorcery is all inherently just weird in some way.
Guys, it's me. If I can make stuff weird, I gotta be a little weird.
I like weird of like
I will say that
WYRD.
it helps that Conrad says, okay, it comes from the gods. Comes from the gods. Comes
Yeah.
from the gods. Guns for the gods.
But like,
Guns for the gods.
I actually really like the way this RPG builds the concept of attunement to be like, no. If you want to go whole hog on sorcery, you gotta like do something a little bit weird and a little bit fucked up to yourself. Like, you know, maybe not like crazy bad, but like there's all permanent effects to getting involved.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. It sounds like everybody is prepared.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So, I guess my final question is about Tavern Team. Are you, and mostly to Konrad, are you still going to try and like pull off the meeting like it is a normal meeting, or are you just going to wait for the guy or guys to show up and just ambush him?
Probably that.
All right.
Cool.
Konrad
Nice.
is not stupid, and it's like, oh, bad things are going to happen to us. What could possibly have been going to have bad happen to us?
What was going to happen is that 15 threat 2 guys were going to show up.
Yeah, like, because Leslok Gavin's, oh, wait, the meeting was going to go poorly. Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah. No, I think actually earlier when you said that as an offhand comment, that was a great connection that Leslok would draw. He'd be like, oh, my mother got a premonition about my future or something going on there. Oh, that was fucked then. That's bad then. Okay.
Ugh.
Like, I'm not sure I should think on what exactly she asked, because it unfortunately, it can't just be, is my son in danger? Because I think now that you're the Marquess,
It's always
the answer to
gonna
that
be
question
yes.
is always yes.
I think it's more of just ask, is my son now in direct mortal danger?
Is my son
in
doing
imminent danger?
Is my son doing something dumb?
I feel like
No,
that's something
Fred
she probably
also
does
did
like
that
almost like
question.
every day or something.
Honestly, I think she like if she's got 7 minutes, she probably does cast mirror every day and just be like, when she gets up and like washes her face, she's also like, mirror, is somebody gonna try and shiv my son today?
I should just do that myself as well. Is anyone trying to kill me today?
Don't
Well, you
ask
gotta be
that.
careful
Then
about that
you'll get
question.
yes
You may get some
every
false
time.
positives on that one.
Fair. Is anyone actually planning my demise today?
Once again, always
Yes.
get a yes.
Yes, actually, that's probably would make Leslok a little paranoid if he asked that question a couple of times.
Like,
'cause, yeah,
remember,
the answer
we're pretty sure we have the Witch Lords after us for one reason
It's
or another.
not a conspiracy if it's true.
That's fair.
Can you just imagine you ask who is trying to kill me, and then the mirror just shows the sky? It's like, God?
I've talked about this before. I don't know exactly how the mirror would answer that, because technically that would be a lot of people. Like,
Okay,
there are actually
so-
a couple of groups that are involved after you.
It just shuts off.
I know Omega hasn't been playing it like this because he's the PC. We're PCs, and he wants to be helpful to us. But because all this magic is rooted in the Fae and the Feywild, I imagine the mirror tries to
It's
be as
kinda
sassy as possible without breaking rules.
It depends.
I mean, sometimes I think the mirror is sassy to you.
it's also based in ghosts, so like,
I thought he was about to say
Specifically,
ghosts. I was
the
about to be like,
Veilcraft
what?
is the art of perceiving and enhancing, and ultimately the art of going beyond the material to the immaterial. Like, specifically, the way it's described in the backstory is that, like, Sylvanas taught Veilcraft to men because Fae have their inherent glamour magic. So he, like, says all you need to know about the Woodlord. Even with his own kindred, he was like, ah, yes, my kindred. Hey, guess what?
sketchy.
I've given the other guys the tool so that if you're not careful, they're going to catch you in your pranks, because I know you're going to do pranks.
Yeah. I can't stop you from doing this. I'm just going to make it annoying for you.
I mean, Sylvanas is the god of borders, boundaries, and wild places, you know, plants and animals. I think he would be like, all right, I've given you guys the inherent ability to, like, you know, blend into your surroundings in the wilderness and shit like that. But I'm not going to make it easy for you to fuck with people. You got to work. Anyway.
Prove to me you're worth it.
Let us probably get to our might roll. So I think you're at +3 in bonuses.
+1 might, +1 bonus, +1 threat.
Oh, right. General Visage, yes.
So that's
and that
+4?
just raises your might ahead of time, I think.
Yes.
So our might is 2 + 3 right now, So 5, because we still have the +1 treasure loan from Oro.
Yeah, that's just straight up your treasure is high, 1 higher.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a pool of 9 dice.
I'll
Yep.
roll it.
Roll it.
I wish I could
And
add my
they are
beauty,
going
but it's
to
company
roll
action, so I
to
don't think I
defend.
can. So
Roll that beautiful beam footage.
And let me actually double check.
Okay,
that's
4s. Okay.
Yeah, 2 4s, 2
4s
3s.
and 3s.
So as the
Weird roll.
defender, I think they get to kind of pick how they defend.
I was hoping that'd be better,
Nice.
unfortunately.
Well, we take what we get.
Sorry, I looked away
Yeah.
for like a second and came back to goats.
Goat magic, baby.
The greatest of all time.
I just posted that because at one point I thought, because when I heard that the mirror was the goat.
Yeah, no, I heard when Axe was talking about it, he said ghost magic. I thought he said goat magic.
Sorry, I was saying ghost because like it's basically because Veil's about spirits and the material.
Yeah, no, I know you're right, but I just misheard you.
Just
I'm like,
because I was thinking it's based on fairies. It's actually no. It's meant to be antithetical to
Well,
fairies.
do you know what's on the immaterial plane? Is the other side, which is where the Fae live.
Yes, but no.
I mean, that's the other side, yes, but no.
Also
Dreams
true,
are there,
but
baby.
There is more in the other side than just the country of fairy. That is just the closest region, but the realm of dreams, the land of the dead, the vaults of heaven is all supposed to be like over there now, and presumably other realms you don't even fucking know about. But
Oh, boy.
these guys are going to defend. I think it makes the most sense for them to do a dynamic contest.
God, I really want to roll it that way.
I mean, you didn't fail, so you can't. You have a match.
Yeah.
What do you got? Threes
Is
and
it
fours?
is it an
Threes and
advantage
fours?
to like burn XP to reroll dice? Do you make a match?
Axe, just let it go. If it fails, it fails.
Okay.
I need there.
Trust me, we still have, like, we're only in spring, too. We can try again to, one more time, go back, train and levy troops, get our might up to 3, and next month, go and hit them again.
It's fair. I am also upping.
I'll be back.
I'm also going to try to up
And the next
sovereignty
day.
as well. So
And
yeah,
defended might
That'd be
plus
useful.
territory, So
The next day.
they have 4 dice. They
I
are
have the difficulty that
informed.
lowered. So yeah.
But they are going to try and do what is a dynamic defense. So if they go, if they do get wider than you on 4 dice I'm about to roll, they can go first and knock out die in one of your sets, but they'd have to. I don't think they could destroy both sets, so you might still get them. But basically, this
right,
is
that's
the
how it
one
works,
where
yeah.
you guys actually like trade back and forth. So let's see. No matches.
Oh, there's no gobble there. Oh yeah. Huh.
Oh well, also they're choosing dynamic. They're not gobbling.
Okay.
They could just basically dodge, but the way the dynamic contest works is widest and highest result roll resolves first, knocks out a die on the set of the other side, and keeps going. So kind
Hey,
of like
Omega, don't
basically
worry.
attacking each other.
Again, they've rolled 6 and 9.
Nice.
So if the attacker gets a set through, the defender chooses to if they want to take an additional penalty to their might or their territory. This is in addition to the fact that they've already just pinged their might and their territory, which you know is 2.
What
I
are the 2
think
sets that go through?
you're not. It's not
Okay.
company actions are not multiple actions.
Okay.
You do not get to double up.
Good to know.
Oh man, sorry, I have to do a decision right. I'll tell you my thought process. So they have 2 might, 2 territory. You know because they've rolled.
And they just pinged it both. So which one did
Yes,
they
they
give
took
up?
a temporary penalty to both.
Oh, shit.
If they take the penalty to territory, they're
They
at
have to
0.
run.
If you zero out any of their other stats, they're done.
Good.
But
Well,
if they
same
take it
applies
to
to
might,
might.
they're at 0 might, so they can't fight back. Like they cannot counterattack you. Let me double check actually. What is unconventional
Dynamite.
fair?
I guess if they do territory. I mean, they have.
Influence
That means
plus
they ran
points.
away, but their
Well,
their
no.
organization's still around.
Honestly, either way, we might have this in the bag because if we can attack their territory after this and zero that out, it's over. They're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will have reduced 2 of their stats to 0.
Yeah, one being
This isn't even a
so-
route
one
scenario.
being-
This is I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying anything of important. What were you saying, Loth?
This is like not even a they can come back from this. This is a they are fucking routed situation. They are gone, dunzo.
Actually, I
A unit
forgot
has
something,
been
but it wouldn't have
destroyed.
mattered because it would be an expert die, and I probably would have set it to like 10, which
8.
I don't think they rolled.
Yeah.
One of their assets is they have rules of plunder,
Ah.
Rules of blunder.
which is, I believe, you can set I've written it as you can set a die on a might plus territory roll to ED once per month. Oh no! First might plus treasure roll made to attack in a single month. Change a regular. So let me
to
change
attack.
that. Yeah, might plus.
I'm about to say,
Treasure.
plunder doesn't sound like defending.
So I'm like, I think I've written that wrong. But okay, so
If we give them a chance, I
I
would have
think
tried
they're going to
that.
take the penalty on their territory. So their territory temper drops to 1, and this month they have used might and territory. So they have 1 dice left in might.
Question: Does
Yeah.
the penalty when you use your tool hit first and then you take the damage, or is it damage and then penalty?
I mean, I think they're basically both contiguous. I don't think it actually matters too much for
Okay,
this.
'cause
You can
if one-
with companies because they're so big and abstract, you can kind of like
Choose.
maneuver the numbers so it's most advantageous to you.
Oh, okay. Because I was wondering if, like, depending if we worded it right, it would just actually kill that part.
I mean, if you guys had chosen to, I mean, they get to pick where they take the damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
When they oppose like this. But the main thing is they get to pick where they're hit, but they had a chance to counterattack basically, but they failed. So yeah, you guys do a night raid, and it basically goes like you guys planned. And I want to say with them taking the damage to territory, what happens is basically maybe a rout isn't the right word. They're not organized enough to even be called like you're breaking morale. But they do ditch their holdings basically. When you guys kick down the doors of their warehouses and like knock over that bunkhouse and stuff, when you know, like I said, Konrad, what you see is 15 or 16 guys with like knives and clubs like walk up to the tavern in the middle of the night, and then your lamplighters like bust in the windows, sabers and muskets drawn. So you know that they were going to jump you.
Yeah.
They all cut and run. Like they fight back when they're cornered, but when presented with threats, they skedaddle. So they abandon warehouses full of stuff. They abandon like wagons, all kinds of stuff. I actually forgot to ask which team Inos wanted to go with. Do you want to be the warehouse or the bunkhouse?
Bunkhouse would lead to a possible captive.
It's true. Inos is better at capturing people, so I'll go with bunkhouse.
Also, you want a captive.
I do want captives.
I'm not sure. I'll probably make some rolls to see if you can secure a guy. But for sure, what you find at this storehouse, at this bunkhouse, big stockpiles, baby.
Like a large majority of their shit. Okay.
Like big sacks of salt, flour, and mead, and also cash reserves.
What?
Yeah, under their floorboards in the bunkhouse. Like this was where they store their money. So you find like lockboxes and crates with probably like 300 or more marks intermixed with some gold crowns, silver bullion, and stock certificates. You find a stash worth a wealth of 6.
Holy shit.
That's
well,
we'll see what we can do. If we do this properly, well, because I'm pretty sure if 2 of their stats were 4 and they had like a 3 treasure, yeah, no. But we gotta actually break them.
I'd have to actually tally up everything like before we account for their penalties.
Yeah. But no, because let's see, our stats right now, including our loans, are 11 total, I think. Yeah. And then if
they're bigger than half. Actually, they're 12.
What?
They're better than you on average slightly.
Really?
2, 2, 3, 2, 3.
Oh shit! If they're bigger than us, I think we actually get 2 points. What? Hang on.
Where the book is that? Let me check.
It's in Conquest. Basically, depending on the size of the company you attack, if we knock down their sovereignty to 0, they just collapse. But if we're able to take down 2 of their qualities, one has to be either their sovereignty or their territory. Depending on the total stats, we get bonuses. If it's less than half, we get if it's less than half, we get nothing. If it's more than half, we get 1 point. If it's more than us, we get 2 points.
Actually, the book says if it's equal or larger.
Equal or larger, but they're larger. So yeah, no.
We can increase 2 or 1 by 2.
I'll just tell you the stats. So it's 2 might, 2 territory, 3 sovereignty, 2 influence, 3 treasure.
Yeah. Okay. Wild.
But they come out with 1 point ahead on you.
But we have to
conquest. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to do a conquest. We actually have to finish this attack.
Which means we have to kill their territory.
Yes.
Well, their territory is zeroed out, and that is through your attack caused that to become 0 right now.
Yeah, so we have to finish off. We have to attack again, but we can discuss that after this thing. Sorry, I just got excited about that.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, so you stockpile, like I said, so you find chests and lock boxes full of, like I said, fucking gold marks and a handful of gold crowns and just raw silver bullion and stock certificates, actually, even.
Jesus.
Involved in merchant and shipping companies in Granlund Bay and Brinton.
Okay.
Decades of wealth.
About a decade, actually. I think I said they've been around for 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, 10 years.
This is their... Technically, they should probably take a treasure penalty from this, but we'll see if they have to roll it. But basically, Inos, you're looking at probably their single most concentrated treasury. And like I said, because you guys hit territory, you take out their buildings. They have to cut and run. And I will say, I think that your boys do the correct thing, which is these guys are fleeing into the rocky, scraggly scrub brush back hills of House Palix territory at 10 p.m. with no lights.
They're gonna fuck themselves up.
So your lamplighters could pursue, but do not, because that is not a smart move.
No.
Unless they just make a perimeter.
They get away with their might, but yeah, I think you guys basically succeed. You lock down the town. No real fires get started.
All right. So,
Inos, if you want to try and capture Mr. Isaac Langford, because you've got his name, what would be? I guess probably just sight or scrutinize to see if you see a guy. If you pick him out of the crowd.
Oh, unfortunately, I don't have... I'm not very good at that, but I'll roll me dice.
Could you get a bonus because you were given his exact details?
I don't know if you gave me his exact details.
I would have, at least to disseminate.
Well, I mean, you would describe him. That's still because you can't take a picture.
Yeah.
I will state, you should still take a bonus die.
Perfect memory, though.
You have perfect memory. I don't.
Yeah, but do you have perfect sketch ability?
No, but I might need to take actual drawings. The thing.
If you want to, you could take student of art or expert sketching.
This is
that gif is how I pictured Leslok's
but take a bonus die anyway,
yes.
Inos.
All right.
Because of the birds. The birds, they actually do matter.
Nope.
Look at this. Mistakes into miracles.
I think he slips away in the dark.
We should. Well, if we can.
Like I said, you've got a stockpile. Like I said, that independent of anything you guys do with their treasure and etc., that is an independent stockpile of wealth 6.
That could boost someone up to 6 if you wanted to award someone that or something. I don't know. But let's hold that and let's keep moving, because what I think we should do, we should move to the next day. We'll leave behind, some of our boys to secure the town, and we should go do another attack, probably on Brighton, to clean this up.
Their influence is still 2 right now, right?
Yes, but they do have a penalty to that because they rolled be informed earlier.
Okay.
So they've used their sovereignty.
We could hit their influence.
Good.
No, I just think if they're penalized there, they only had 1 influence. We could just hit their influence to finish them out.
Axe, what's the difference between hinder influence and hinder might?
I guess what pool we use.
What's policing again? What is policing?
That is fair.
Might plus sovereignty? That might be a better roll. You
Our
guys haven't
sovereignty hasn't
actually
been hit
used
right
the sovereignty die because Leslok did make a bunch of speeches in in Brinton earlier. Like he will inspire, and that hasn't been used.
Remember,
They actually make more sense with Brenton because it was described as it was just a bunch of like men kind of hanging about.
It's true, but I want you guys to remember our sovereignty's at 1 right now. Our treasure is still at 2.
Okay.
And
Okay.
That is true.
I did not know
How
that.
long does the might bonus last, Loth?
Because I'm sorry, what was that, Axe?
I asked
He's
Loth
asking how long
how
the might bonus
for
will
his
last.
esoteric. How long does the might bonus last?
That is important. Let me check. Stop accidentally.
We're doing a gameplay thing here, so like it is just worth remembering. Like, how long does this last actually? So yeah.
Lasts for 1 day.
Are we talking like 24 hours or just when the sun rises?
We'll say 24 hours, just for
Okay.
the sake of
So
it.
technically, it would
It
still
says
linger
1
if we
day.
do it like the morning.
Well, speed of would be of the essence.
Yeah, we'll do a might thing, yeah.
So that an attack would be better.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think good thinking to think about like whether or not it would be better, but
Yeah, because
your might plus treasure is still better than your might plus sovereignty.
That's
right
fair.
now.
it's only by 1 die. If it wasn't for that 1 die, I'd be like, yeah, sure. But
I'm still gonna roll it though, because I can still just in case.
Yeah, you get a reroll.
Yeah.
But
But we
Basically,
should...
so let's wrap up. We go through the night. I don't think anybody's injured right now.
No.
Nope.
So basically, you guys like actually pitch camp. Like
Yes.
you tell the men. You have a probably like a dozen or so like minor injuries, maybe a couple of major injuries where like a couple of guys actually got shivved or clubbed over the face or something.
We got potions to go around.
We got potions in an infirmary center.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you should be good on that. You guys get like probably guard shifts of like men in pickets. Honestly, probably like definitely by the next morning, but possibly even by the middle of the night. Emery Palak probably shows up with a detachment of his own lamplighters, so you don't need to worry about like maintaining security here.
Oh, that's
Oh,
good.
cool.
So you guys can kind of like take what's left of your force. Obviously, you still have your might penalty from just using your might.
Yep.
We feel them in on what we've done.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get- well,
but
I
as I
guess
said, like, you guys still have your might penalty because your boys are going to be exhausted. You are going to be missing a few of them to just, even if they're minor injuries. Like, I mean, you put Nicola in charge of your infirmary. We've known that he is pretty much a stickler, and he's going to be like, sprained ankle. You need at least 1 day of rest. So
He's
help
serious
me
about-
God.
He's serious about infection, like honestly.
Yeah.
I'm
even
very
if-
serious
even
about
if
other
we-
people's injuries.
Yeah, and even if we don't have like many people missing, that unit cohesion will also affect the might. So yeah, it's understandable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, it's
it's-
just
it's
feud
just-
is
it-
down, guys are tired, but we got to push them one more time.
So basically, it is the morning, and I think your command tent is now the tavern where the boys were shacked up.
But yeah, no, Inos is gonna suggest that that the Flatsalts' last holdings, while not as intensive, they do have some holdings still at in Brighton. And like I said, since there's not as many guys, we won't need as much force to finish them off. But we should probably move sooner rather than later, so they don't, either go to ground or do something stupid.
Yeah, strike when they're in their organization is threadbare.
In disarray.
Get this.
Right. Like I said, we can't really do much, but like I said, with Logesh strategy, Logesh with the strategy, and all of us, hopefully we can finish this off today and call it good, and all go home happy, hale, and uninjured.
And we'll go to the Winchester, wait for this to all blow over.
I think that at the morning meeting, Aurelia does pick up one of the stock certificates you have, because I just imagine that Inos just like has the chest of stuff dumped out on a table.
There's a coffer
because
on the table.
that
Yeah.
sounds good.
Yeah.
And she does say, not to dispute our strategy, but what do we think about Granlum Bay? Konrad went looking there first, and they do have some smugglers. I don't think they've got forces, but we may want to at least put out an order that the port be shut down or something.
Inos will look to the
We
Marquess.
could obviously do a full attack there, but also, just in general,
Ah.
I mean, they probably have some
Something
boats.
I had, think I forgot to mention. During my poking around, I did learn about ships that were supplying them as well.
Well, we probably don't need to send large portion of men to do it, but, order them to be impounded on your authority as the Marquess.
Do you want to make sure they can't get off land?
Yeah, lock them down.
Yeah, let's
Can't
lock them
leave.
down because we can't let them leave.
That's true.
I will. That's not a role per se right now. It's just like I said. There's
Yeah.
I will
there
yell
were-
for a messenger to send a message to whatever authority is in Granlum Bay, and maybe send a
They're
few
not
dudes
allowed to leave the
enforce it.
country.
You have. Let me see. Do I have the name? There is a mayor in charge of Lim.
I can't remember if you mentioned him when Connor was there.
I can't remember.
I know. I swear to God, there's a fucking. Check my Dramatis. I'm like 99% certain that they have a name, but
The name, it is gone.
oh shit, no, I did not give them a name. That's probably what I'm gonna do. That or I did not write them down in the Dramatis yet. Let me double check. It doesn't matter right now, because you're not going there directly, but
You can give the report later.
you do probably in the morning, Marquess, you do get some complaints from the local, like, the local branch of the Miners Guild, that you have technically disrupted their operations because, you have arrested a decent proportion of the miners in this town on suspicion of, aiding and abetting a large-scale smuggling operation. So they're, like, annoyed, but they can't really do anything about it.
I'll recompense you when it's all
No, do
processed.
not. No recompense. They were allowing a smuggling ring to operate and were just kind of meh about it.
They were breaking the law under your watch.
They weren't
We will
breaking the
see-
law. No. They weren't breaking the law,
Sorry.
but they probably didn't do anything to stop it.
Yeah.
They were what was it? What's the term?
They weren't doing their
Fighting,
jobs.
Aiding and abetting.
No, it was not. It's not their job to police, but they could have, maybe sent word or cooperated.
No, I think without rolling anything, Inos has the correct read. They're upset because, yes, you haven't interred their labor force, and technically they're supposed to watch out for guild members. But also, they were probably getting kickbacks from this operation as well.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
I will
Like
see
said,
about your
we're
complaint
just gonna
once it's
call
all
this-
processed.
We're just going to call this one Even Stevens.
Yeah, it's like, we'll see about your complaint if it has any ground after I process everyone.
Yeah, unless we actually find one of their guild members as leadership of the gang, then maybe we do something.
Then we'll talk about it once it actually is relevant to your complaint.
Shit, I did not give them mayor. Damn. I
That's
just
fair.
have mayor with a capital M. I know I've been trying to go on slim on names. This is probably the person you gotta hit.
You're right. It's like, I guess I'm just like, I've heard your complaint. I'll worry about that once everything else is processed.
That's
Mayor,
fair.
mayor.
You acknowledge that they have given you a complaint, and you say that you'll deal with it later.
Your complaint has been received.
I mean, it surely do be like that. Okay, all right. So now we begin planning phase 2. You're gonna march to Brinton, and so I mean, like I said, mechanically it still should be attack because you are using the force of your dudes to thump their dudes. You are looking for criminal scum, and you're going to tell them to stop right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
I mean, actually, that is what Elder Scrolls guards do. Actually, now that I think about it, you say, "Stop! You have violated the law. Pay your fine and serve your sentence." And then when
I mean,
you
that
tell
is the
them
rule.
no, that's when they're like, "Then die." That's basically what we're doing.
Outsider.
I mean, that is the rules.
All right, so again, we have the general facade sergeant. Actually, should make another inspiration. Say, basically, give them. We're almost there. We were successful yesterday. We can do it again. I believe in all of you.
One last push.
One last push.
Hurrah! Yeah.
We need the strategist roll, so that'll give us 3 dice. That gives us a pool of 6 right now.
Should I roll strategy first, or we just?
I mean, just roll strategy in general.
Yeah, roll
And
strategy.
the +1 might, but
guess
we're
what?
taking 20.
They actually no. I should roll for that guy because you haven't captured him yet. He's gonna roll his 2 dice in knowledge again.
I got 3 ones.
Once again, the inspiration.
It's better than last time.
Oh wait, what were you
A little
rolling?
faster, a little
Axe?
snappier, you know.
Axe, what were you rolling? Strategy or might?
No, inspiration.
Inspire. Because I don't have.
Okay, my
listen,
bad.
I have 0 in tactics.
I like my
and-
master die to be a 6 for 6 sixes.
That is insane.
Jeez.
That should be more than what +1, honestly.
Probably yes. Actually, I don't know what the fuck this looks like, but hold on. Let me look at the chart. 6 sixes.
He read their book somehow.
Hey, Omega, you've seen Lord of the Rings, right?
Yes.
You remember the end of the second movie where the reinforcements come and they just fucking murder everyone?
Yeah.
That's what I'm imagining just happens.
Like, it's super good. Like, the rules just.
So you're
say-
saying we're the trees, right?
No, I'm talking about when Gandalf comes.
I
and
know,
he-
but I'm saying we're the trees. We're stood there to kill all the orcs.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a lot extra, but I will bump that from a minor success to an outstanding success and say that counts for +2d.
I think that's fine.
Like, it's not specific enough to be like a major die, a master die, or like 3d, but like this is a really good strategy. Like,
Alright, so-
I'm not exactly sure what it looks like.
Yeah, no, I don't know either.
It's something that you only it's a thing you only in a show only could do in media res, or being like everything just worked out perfectly.
No, I can give an actual answer because
No. Leslok is just gonna not Leslok. I fucking did it. Loki's just gonna say, "Hey guys, I got a plan," and we're never gonna explain what the plan is.
Well,
And we
no,
just got to
it's
being like, the film was great.
well,
It's gonna smash cut to after the fight.
for
Yeah,
that much of
basically.
a success, it makes a lot more sense if basically Logesh somehow managed to just completely bait them into like buying something and just basically ram them through the back end.
Oh,
Right.
that's what it basically is. He's gonna basically like pretend that there's an attack from one direction. Everyone's gonna run in the opposite direction, but behold, all the guys are actually here.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm picturing the scene. It'll be like you send a couple runners ahead of time to say that you're gonna attack from, probably the southwest, I think is the direction you'd be going if
Yeah.
you're moving towards Palic lands.
Mm.
What Logesh does instead is it's a little rough on the boys, but you like Leslok said, one last push. You have them move around back to the north, and just as their last dozens of guys come rushing out of town, all go, oh shit, we've got to get out of here. There's
We've got
just
to
a
get out
wall
of
of
here.
lamplighters with muskets ready. Like, hi, how you doing?
Surprise, motherfucker!
Hot eyes, motherfucker.
Warriors,
Motherfucker.
come out and play.
I also think that will probably happen anyway, because like I said, you're still going to run into some of the guys who are left over from the retreat last night, but now there also are going to be like nobles with like swords and stuff.
Mhm.
Again, you probably don't want to shoot those guys dead in the street. What you probably want to do instead is basically be like, they're like, how dare you insinuate that I am a criminal, sir? Ha ha! And then
Stand and deliver that bitch.
Yeah, just tell
Knock him
Konrad
out.
to punch him or smack him.
It's like
Sword.
Konrad smash.
I mean, that's what I was planning Konrad do, is just go around like whenever he sees one of those suckers just challenging him.
Yeah, I think that's how it's gonna turn out. So go ahead and if there's no further ops,
I got nothing. So I think we're at 7D now.
Yeah.
yeah,
Alright,
'cause it's
roll your
3 plus
your-
4, right? Yeah.
Yep, roll your might plus treasure, and they will roll to defend their current might plus territory.
3.
There are 3s.
Yeah, all these other nice die.
Is there anything they can?
Because the other idea I had was like Conrad, I guess, roll to be like to scare everyone into going into the thing.
I mean, they could roll just gobble dice, but I don't think it'll matter because you've got stuff. Yeah, they're technically rolling 1 die for this, and they don't have any for it. By the way, I know that you know, like it's a little taxing. You know, you're a little worried about getting down. I'll tell you now because I think you've just defeated this company. Inos Lucky had the complete correct read. These guys have rules of plunder. They also have unconventional forces.
Yep.
They get plus 2D on non-standard tactics.
Yep.
So like absolutely, if you would let them lie, sinister operative. Sorry.
Oh.
So for the plus 2D on unconventional warfare, if you would let these guys lie, absolutely they would have done a fucking guerrilla attack. Like, they would absolutely have come to back. But no, I think what happens is, like I said, Logesh, you pull out this strategy. Dozens of these guys intermixed with, like I said, like nobles and, like, scummy merchants and stuff come pouring out of the north gate of town. You've got the bulk of your forces there. It's gonna be real. Most of these guys probably don't want to get gunned down in the street by lines of muskets, so most of them probably surrender.
You just make a fucking
Makes sense that
checkpoint.
you're going for conquest. Some of them do, and people at home, listeners at home, members of the esteemed audience, where you do not want to be. You do not want to be on the other end of a double line of musket men while you're wearing, your leather breeches and a jacket. It's not a good place to be.
There's going to be concave craters in your body.
Yeah, it's very bad for you. They do with plus 1 shotgun killing. You're dead. You're gonna die. Anybody who resists or tries to run eats a couple musket balls, and you do that a couple of times. Anybody else who had some fight is just like,
it's not worth it.
Well, I could be going to prison for like a year and paying a shitload of money, but I won't be dead. And I know it's not the same, obviously, as like rolling out the fights, but Konrad probably gets some satisfaction because there are literally like dozens of guys in the streets for you to beat up. Like I said, there are all kinds of like, shitty second son nobles and like guys whose dads were knights, but obviously they don't have the fucking guts to like actually join an order, and do anything for real with their life. You've got nobles who are up to their ears in gambling debt, so their only choice is to, work with a gang kind of a thing. And I'm pretty sure that Konrad can take most of these guys.
The thing is, they're unworthy. They're fucked.
What? Probably not unworthies, all of them, but like some of them definitely are. And like, so like, Konrad gets a chance to beat up as many guys as he feels like. Moira and Aurelia and maybe Inos, if he wants in on this, like, can get some action too, but like
Inos will hang back.
I think the day ends with like before lunchtime. Now, admittedly, you guys have just penalized your own might to 0. Your boys are tapped. Like,
yes.
Some of these guys have just done a fucking like forced march. And like, so they're like dead tired after not sleeping all the way through the night.
Most likely probably gonna nap.
Yeah.
Like
it's only like 8-10 hours later. It's only 8 or 10 hours from when we did this. So
yeah.
Well, we're not gonna be able to do any.
They may have gotten a pre-battle nap, but they just did a night raid, went to sleep for probably not a full 8 hours because they had to march in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Logesh's strategy, like I said, relied on them doing a hard press, like a haul ass march.
Yeah.
So, like, they are wiped, but you guys are basically in the fields outside of town, just like manacling dozens of guys. Like, So, I approve, by the way, of like lunchtime with the bishop. I think that makes sense. Again, we don't have to role play it out, but he probably kind of like, asks you about like, because he only saw you a couple days ago for afternoon tea. Like,
yeah.
Oh, your lordship, what have you been doing for a few days? You've solved this
up
problem handily.
Yeah, it's like
that's what the sound was out in the streets.
Yeah.
Oh God!
That's not
Oh
God! he would say that, like, obviously as a member of the church, he counsels you to have mercy and to obviously you must punish these men as far as the law requires, but no further. But does kind of like privately give you the nod and the wink that like you've shown a strong commitment to lawfulness and discipline. and even arguably even restraint, in dealing with these men. So he thinks you've done good, son. Thumbs up.
The vast majority aren't murderers, so they all get probably equally.
Actually, I wrote this down in my notes. We talked about it before, but I'll reiterate to you. The punishment for smuggling on foot is a fine of usually between, depending on exactly how much they rack up, 200, 300 marks, or about a year's wage for a working man. And or a flogging. Most of these guys probably can't pay that much, so it's basically debtor's prison. They're probably going to go to jail for like a year.
Or I'll have to see if
work
they're
off
any of their
their
guild members, and their guild will have to do that. Well, that's all.
Smuggling as a crew, which you can definitely catch some of these guys at. That's like 400 marks and up to 3 years in jail.
Yeah, that's a
like.
We should, like I said, once we actually get them all, once we also get them all like tied up, we will, do proper and just investigations into their crimes and deal appropriately. Those who are, more forced into this by bad circumstances and stuff, we'll see if we can give them some leniency. But those hardened ass criminals and leaders, nah.
Jail.
I was going to bring up the wreckers because we know there were some wreckers among them.
Well, actually, I have a great quiz for the Marquess.
Oh no.
What's your opinion on plea bargaining? What's your opinion on having the criminals sell each other out for a less serious sentence?
How much is the prisoner's dilemma?
Inos, if this comes down to Inos would say, do it.
Yeah,
you know what? Let's do the prisoner's dilemma.
It's not a prisoner's dilemma thing. It's we want to know what, because we haven't had a perfect investigation. We don't know a list of their crimes. If these criminals that have done, helped a guy move a bag of salt across the state lines a couple of times, he wants to sell out his buddy Joe, who, turned a kid into tomato sauce.
Ugh.
Joe's free.
I'm just saying, we
could do that where it's we'll lower you down from like a flogging down to labor.
Or maybe reduce the amount of lashes.
Yeah, because Konrad did bring up the records, which is a good point. That side of the business is mostly based out of Granlund Bay. You have not exactly captured them, but like I said, that will not be a company action because the Flatsalts have collapsed. They're
there's no support
done.
Structure.
They're the bulk of their fighting capable men. They're guys who were physically tough enough and had the mental discipline to be willing to trade blows with the Marquess's men are done.
They were guarding the warehouse and shit.
Yeah, basically. All those guys are either arrested or dead. Mm-hmm. Or maybe in hospital because you beat them up, they're donezo.
Something on the scale.
So they are willing to point out and call out by name in some cases the name of their wreckers and salvager friends in Granlund Bay. Some of them will even go so far as to say whoa, we've never been friends. Those guys are they're part of the boat side of the business. We're not part of that.
I give them a list. I give you a list back, and I don't talk to them.
Well. Yeah. Like I said, this is what we do. We take the information, we confirm the information. If the information is good, we give them a lighter sentence. If not, well, guess what?
Most people are still going
to go back
probably
to them and tell them, Jimothy, the information you gave me wasn't any good, Jimothy.
So, but for right now, they have a stay of sentence.
Yeah. This also, like I said, mechanically, this is total conquest. You've won.
So we get 2 points.
Or 1 by 2, yeah.
If the quality we're losing are greater, then the winner's total. The winner can raise any 2 qualities by 1 point each permanently.
I think because it makes the most sense narratively, we should bump up treasure.
Oh yeah, that was one of the options. I was wondering if we do treasure by 2 or treasure by 1 and influence by 1.
I think we should do 1 and 1. We shouldn't go all in on treasure because we also have other plans to raise treasure.
Oh yeah, true.
I don't know if these guys yes, technically they had treasure 3, but you guys are also already treasure 3. I don't know if you can milk them to go all the way to treasure 5.
I think
treasure
it's
4 supposed to be locked.
Yeah, treasure 4.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I
you
think
got the one.
influence of like, oh wow, did you see how well the new Marquis handled this?
Well, I think
Like,
that'd be,
we should-
that'd be sovereignty,
we should-
actually.
Yeah, that actually
Yeah,
works.
the new
I still like,
sovereignty.
yeah.
You want to bump sovereignty
Yeah,
to 4?
because it establishes us in the eyes of the people as you're the new sovereign ruler.
Yeah, like I said, you led your men against, and this, and
a technically long established gang in the area.
yeah.
It's true.
And if you, and again, it also might help if you take some of this newfound wealth, and you might maybe, like we have this wealth 6. Do we just I have a question. Does anyone have a plan for it? Does anyone specifically want it? Our ill-gotten goods?
I would like wealth 6, but I'd rather use all that wealth to, I guess, like deal with the impoverished area. Honestly, that led to this.
That is what I was gonna go for.
Yeah.
Instead of us keeping it, we should basically count it up, cash it out, and reinvest it into the area so this problem does not happen again. That way, and with that, I think sovereignty would be the best pick, because you have dealt with the gain, shown leniency, and instead of just ignoring the people's plights, did something to try and help them.
Yeah, the Roosevelt method of like not the big stick thing, but you come after a problem with both the iron hand and the
carrot
open.
and stick.
Walls.
Yeah.
Wait, no, never mind.
Yeah.
So
if that's your pick, let me read the blurb for Sovereignty 4. Unusual dedication due perhaps due to personal charisma, positive events, or the abject terror of those under a tyrant. They're not really terrified, but I think positive events and personal charisma counts. To say nothing, Leslok has made like 3 or 4 speeches in a fucking week that have all succeeded.
True.
Not great, but you have certainly been out there on the podium hyping your people up.
You
I don't think it's.
You
It's not
made
big
promises and then kept them.
Yeah, I guess it's like I've not put a bit of a fervor, but it's all like he's always had a point, and the point was right.
All right, so you are now Treasure 4, which means that when you pay your debt back, you will go back down to Treasure 3, which is still more than you were aiming
That's
for.
honestly fine. That means our treasury is stable now.
I still think that Enos' plan that you should use go ahead and roll not necessarily to arm the blood shields. I know you guys do want to do that still, but next month you should roll train and levy troops just for yourself to get that might 3.
Yeah. Oh yeah, true. I also was going to wonder if now that I'm at Sovereignty 4, does I still did what was
actually, yeah, how does that work?
I still did laying groundwork, so would the difficulty have been like 5? Does it still go down?
Well, the difficulties, I believe it's equal to your current one. So if you're going to make a new roll, it would be difficulty 4, but let me...
I guess lower it down, so we just go lower.
I always forget which... Nope, that's not
it. It doesn't. It just says it's 1 less, so I guess it'd be difficulty 3 instead.
Not that I don't believe you, but right now I'm just trying to what the
I have it right here.
heck is that one called again? I always forget.
Beloved Dignity, laying groundwork.
Yes, Beloved Dignity. That's right. It's the bees. Yeah. With this successful grace roll, the difficulty to permanently raise sovereignty next month is 1 less. Yes. So the normal difficulty would now be 4. It is still reduced by 1, so it is now it stays at 3.
Okay, cool.
If you want to,
I could probably make it
fire
3.
that up before, yeah. But yeah, no, you guys are doing good. You're celebrating. Technically, you should also probably... Actually, no. I think we can... Because you're getting the permanent, you don't need to get the temporary, but Dispense Justice is a good way to temporarily boost sovereignty. But I think since you're permanently doing it, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
So your new stats are now... this... Oh, sorry, I used 2 asterisks there.
I still know that I'm still going to try upping sovereignty next month, and I know that Logesh is going to upgrade influence next month, or at least try.
I think he was thinking about that. I'll save it. Just note that right now your might is twice territory.
Yeah, we're gonna have to sit up. We're just gonna have to play it safe.
Man, we just don't do any more company actions for the month. We still got other things we need to take care of.
I mean, yeah. All right, let's look at the other things you gotta do.
Well, so I think this is not a major vignette I had, but I think the thing is mainly dealing with Grand Limbe. I presume you're going to want to go knock on the door of those who have been named as, shipwreckers and illegal salvagers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you can catch those guys. Those guys. Well, they're gonna get hung or shot. Because that's like I said, they've done some murders and some stuff.
Multiple counts of murder.
Preferably in that order.
Yeah. You do capture a couple of boats, like I said. Like your whole increase of treasure comes not just from like repurposing their monetary deals, but like I said, their warehouses like that you've busted in everywhere are full of like I said, there was a huge stockpile in Rutland of like salt, flour, mead, all that stuff without taxation. In Brinton, you find a lot of their luxury goods, like we talked about, like barrels of stolen imported rum and tobacco, big crates of tea.
I think besides the actual monetary stuff we took, I think we should take out like the actual food and stuff we use that for the summer coming up.
Yes, I believe that was the
that was the plan.
Yes,
that was the plan.
Yeah, and you did take your buff to treasure.
Yes.
So in Granlund Bay, you find basically warehouses or stashes of guys with stuff like Baco, red leaf root, a few herbs and spices from the cauldron, ready to go out. They also bring in cheap tea, molasses, rum, and sailcloth. You recover a couple of the goods they're going to smuggle out, because this is an international trade ring. So that's more rock salt, wool, mead, and cheese, etc. Basically, the way this, to clarify for everybody at home, the way this quote-unquote scam works is these guys sail to the Islas, and they buy molasses, tea, rum, sailcloth, etc., and just say, this is for internal use only to my boat. And then when they get to the harbor in Granlund, they go back all the way to Teine. They secretly unload it from their boat without officially letting the harbor master know, so that it can be marked accordingly, and just resell it through smuggling, which avoids import fees, etc.
Is it mostly in Teine, or is those names in other countries we can maybe throw around for another time?
They would have some contacts in other places you could mention. It really depends on what you're going to do with your smugglers. I do want to say, you do run into one particular guy, one captain of a boat, who especially will want to have a conversation. If you go personally to Granlund.
I don't think I do, but I do at least like one of you guys does.
I'll go.
It would be you or Konrad or both.
I mean, I am interested in making sure the wreckers get justice. So,
yeah,
those guys are
I
caught.
am interested in making sure there's no loose ends.
Unrelated to this,
okay.
But you do, one of the boats that is impounded is a two-masted brig. Relatively modern design, Norlon pine hull, two-mast, square sails, which is named the Rebecca. The captain of this boat probably, not quite demands, but, asks to see the Marquess's men. So that's probably Inos and Konrad, as said, while you guys are mopping up other stuff. The captain, if you want to meet with him.
Sure.
Or willing, is Phillips Kovac. And yes, that's the correct way to pronounce that. It's not Kovacs. Kovac.
The hero of Kovac.
Oh, and I should say, the Rebecca is about 75 feet long. So Captain Kovac says, basically, he's going to start by asking, why's my boat been impounded? What's going on here?
Mm-hmm. Well, I see no reason not to just explain the situation. Give it to him straight.
Yeah, and specifically, he will ask questions about the gang. He does know the name of them as the Flatsalts.
Mm-hmm.
and basically he's asking like what's happened to them, what their status is.
Inos will probably respond with dead, dying in prison, or fled to the hills.
He kind of nods and takes us in stride and says, "Well then, sir, you've saved me a bit of money." Kind of rubs his chin. He's actually, do I have a age for it? I don't remember this properly. If not, I will have to come up with it. Ah, yes, 32. I got some people to add to some places.
Yes,
but go ahead and put Kovacs there, and just for the sake of everybody keeping track at home, we will under the criminals put Isaac, but under citizens of Teine we'll put Kovacs.
Okie doke.
Kovac, captain of the Rebecca. But yeah, he basically explains that like he's a little chagrined. He's in his early 30s. He is a authorized merchant marine. So the Rebecca has 10 carronades and 2 chase guns.
Wow.
Carronades are short smoothbore cannons.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, 2 chase guns on the front. So it is a armed merchant vessel. He is, gone through all the proper channels, but as technically an independent, merchant marine, paying for demon fire is expensive.
Makes sense.
So he borrowed some money from the Flatsalts, a couple years ago, and has been working back, getting that through. Because he normally does the routes to either the Cauldron, Throne, or the East-Lust, depending on the time of year.
Mm-hmm. Lucky he's getting to opposing right now. Just let you know.
Yeah. So basically, he is like, oh well, hey, no harm, no foul. You guys have saved me some money. He doesn't really take that anymore, but I don't think I need to tell the group. You've still got 2 letters of marque.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see here. Well, I am loath to give letters of marque to someone who maybe who may not follow. Like I said, he is a merchant marine, and even if he was kind of trapped into it, he was participating in a smuggling. Can we get him on any charges for the smuggling?
No, I think because he would be sailing from here. His boat is empty.
Okay.
Currently.
I mean, it's not an awful lot. We don't really have that many options for people who are good at the whole boat thing.
I would say, probably the time to ask some questions about, how he feels about this kind of work,
Yeah, no. Inos will basically, conduct a, an on-the-spot interview about, his wants, his desires, his loyalty, what buys his loyalty, such things.
Go ahead and roll empathy, I think, is probably the best skill for this. To interview.
I don't know if you get any help from Konrad being there assisting, but
I take comfort in your presence.
Okay.
It's good enough.
Forget if you can do something else for this, or you have really good empathy. I forgot.
I think he's got decent empathy.
I got 6 die plus the 1 because I am doing this in the interest of yes.
You are furthering the house goals, yeah.
3 7s.
I don't have any stat left for this guy left. Yeah, no. Kovac is he's a local boy. He's like he basically explains that he's from Teine. He's been a sailor. Since he was a kid. Started young, kind of a thing. Worked all the way up to owning his own boat. Found out it's not all it's cracked up to be.
Yep.
It's expensive. It's dangerous. That's why he's authorized to carry the carronades. Because, again, to remind everybody, you guys have good trade relations with one of the regions of the Cauldron, but other of the micro islands of the Cauldron are occupied by basically permanent enclaves of pirates, the freebooters.
Omega, a question. If we were to tell him, hey, we are setting up, a department of sale, if he goes to the Bided and speaks to, old man Essex, he might be able to get put into, our impromptu military. Would he be able to get like demon fire, cheaper, or even,
Gets
I mean,
easier.
yes, no, because that would be he'd be flying under your colors, so you would be effectively that would be part of your might score as a team would be supplying him.
Yeah. So, Inos will, nod a lot, and basically just relay that to him that Teine is we decided to sign a department of sale, and that if he is willing to fly under our colors, not only will we, assist with other things, that there might also be additional opportunities for profit involved with them. Because, I'm sorry, I am a very suspicious man. I don't want to give a letter of marque to just any decent captain that just happens on by, but if he is willing to fly our colors and, take that responsibility onto his shoulders, I don't see anything wrong at that point.
Plus, the old man might know if this guy has any reputation that we don't know about.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys haven't heard anything, but I think Inos has a really good solution to this one, which is you said, tell him to go to the Biden and, talk to old man Essek about it, who is now your master of sale.
Yeah.
If he has any complaints or reason to doubt this guy, you can find out about it. So,
Yeah.
He'll know. Worst come to worst, if Ishman Essek doesn't like him, he just goes back to being a independent merchant.
Yep. But if that, we can get another vessel in our military and maybe a second privateer hunting pirates. But I'm gonna leave that to someone who understands men of the sea better than I do.
Nope, I think that's fair.
But with that, we'll unimpound his ship and then let him go on his way. He has nothing in his hold. No reason to hold him.
Yep.
As noted, Konrad is showing a great interest in the cannons.
Smoothbore cannons.
Yeah, no, like I said, he's got a gun deck of 10 carronades, like I said, which are smoothbore short barrel cannons, and he has 2 chase guns. So, the equivalent of knife fighting range for like cannon engagements, but definitely the kind of thing where like if a pirate boat pulled up close, you pop the hatches and give them what for, and they might be a little surprised.
Inquiring about them, where did they come from exactly? Who makes the cannons?
Oh, Ceremonies a Teine make local.
Good.
Kind of, probably looks around for the maker's mark. Would show that they were honestly probably pressed in a forge in Wayland or Essek lands.
Okay, making sure.
They are clean and well maintained, as we have learned from watching some slow-mo and other stuff videos. You got to clean your cannon properly, otherwise the black powder will rust.
Konrad definitely nods approvingly.
Yeah. So basically, I did definitely add this guy to be an opportunity for you to pick up one of your privateers. Add more boats.
Sure.
So like generally his crew does seem to be professional, well maintained, and like I said, most of them are local lads. He has been recruiting and continuing what limited business of sale you have. Whatchamacallit, Tyneside.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, all right. Any other questions or stuff you want to go through to handle? Whatchamacallit, with the gang?
No, I think we're good. One of the big leader guys got away, and that would probably come to bite us back in the later, but I don't think I'm necessarily gonna order our dudes who are already exhausted to go on a manhunt through the woods for stragglers.
Especially because they'll have a distinct advantage.
Well, I think our boys are pretty good in the woods, but they're tired.
Oh, I'm just saying, it's an army trying to hunt down one person is the thing.
Yeah, it's what I mean, the Lamplighters are not averse to hunting and like search teaming. The problem is, like I said, they're dead tired. You mustered basically every guy in a Lamplighter uniform you could like reasonably find inside your territory. And so they are all dog ass tired. Obviously, if it came to a pinch, you could always, hire mercenaries and other stuff like that. Like you could supply yourself with additional men. But your bulk of your professional fighting force in this context is tapped out. So my next thing is, since you guys are in the neighborhood, well, first of all, we have been going for about 3 hours. I don't think we're super low on energy, but I want to check in with everybody.
I'm fine.
I'm good.
I'm fine.
All right, if you're good for
I'm a bit sweaty, but I'm mostly fine.
Sorry, what was that, Del?
Easily.
We're all.
Sorry, I'm here. I won't say fine.
Well, you might be more interested in the next step then, because I brought this up. Leslok has said that he wants to visit the Temple of 1,000 Candles. That
Yes,
is
thank
in
you.
it's in a small village which is outskirts of Dristane, the capital of House Palak. You guys could, at the very least, you have to send the note. At worst, you guys could walk back to Rutland and like speak to Lord Emery Palak and be like, "All right, cool, we're done for the day. While we're here, do you mind if we blah 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 visit?" Because like that is kind of sorry, a smaller vignette you guys want to have. So the question is if you guys are okay just knocking that one out right now.
I'd like to.
I'm about to say the Temples of the Count is definitely Axe's thing, and I'm not against it.
Sure.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have much to add, but sure.
I do have Temple of Religion. I'm interested in places of power, but no, I think this is Axe's show. Let's go.
So, the Temple of 1,000 Candles, as you were briefly given a lesson on by your new Archbishop, he recalled because he reads a lot of obscure stuff. It is one of the oldest temples in Norlon. It's in the heart of the plainlands and the rocky plainland you have to the southwest of Stonehearth. It was once completely independent, but now it stands, like I said, in a village on the outskirts of Dristane, the capital of House Palak. It can't actually be said to be in Drystane specifically because the city of Drystane, let me scroll to the bottom of my notes to describe it, because you guys probably will at least stay a night or two there to for Lord Emery's hospitality, and just check in, make sure everything's okay. Talk a little shop with him because he is your head constable, so you may want to be like discuss with him your plans for like charging and investigating the guys, that kind of stuff. Dristane is not really a castle town, but it is a properly walled town. Big fucking walls, probably like 2 stories tall at least. Carved of stone slabs from the local hills, well-guarded gates.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't have like the same sight lines as Stonehearth because it's kind of like in the middle of a flatland plain. Stonehearth is based on a lone hill. But the city is technically larger than Stonehearth by acreage. Very well planned, organized streets of paved stones or cobblestones. Iron oil lamps for night. Many building edifices in cobblestone, stone brick, or red brick. The city has always enjoyed the patronage of the Masons Guild, so it is awash in statues and fountains, but also memorial and commemorative columns, arches, and needles, obelisks, basically. The fountains and several gardens and parks are fed by retaining ponds and underground cisterns. House Palak has a manor, a very well-built cathedral, and the famous Academy of Architecture. So they have an architecture school here that's pretty famous, probably the best place you have for that in your country, your province. They also have the Hall of Reason, which is the headquarters Order of Reason, which is an order of merit dedicated to classical education, engineering, and logic. They're very strong with the Miners, Masons, and Blacksmiths Guild, who produce the finest stone-cutting, chiseling tools in all of Teine here. But also potters, chandlers, chemists, and beastmasters. The nearby, these are not fields for growing crops. These are cattle fields specifically. This is one of the few places that are large and open enough in Teine to ranch cattle. Probably more for dairy, but a decent amount of beef cattle as well. You guys find, the city is clean, orderly, well-maintained, and well-educated. A large number of lamplighters are bunked here, and they do produce also mineral assets of quarried stone, alum, black rock coal, potash, and other valuable.
Good old
The
potash.
village outside of town is a little more modest, a little more homey, but still decently sized. There is the temple here, which I will describe in a second. There is a hall for the Chandlers Guild. That's the candle makers.
Yep.
They have a small watchtower and barracks for lamplighters. There's a handful of ranches and farms, and the usual like square crossroad, which is surrounded by the kind of handful of shops you'd expect to support locals and pilgrims. An inn, a public house for meals, a small smithy, a butcher's, a general store, etc., etc. The temple is managed by a monastic order, Our Lady of Candlelight. They're mostly nuns. They're dedicated to Pharnacia as the goddess of summer and banisher of winter and darkness. Though, if you ask any of them, the sisters would say that in recent decades, possibly even recent centuries, usually people give offerings and come to the temple to pray for inspiration, creativity, and the crafts. Applying a little bit more of that modern interpretation of Pharnacia. But historically, like I said, they're about summer and stuff. I'm just describing the temple.
Yeah.
You missed my description of Tristane, but it's not
All
really.
right. I wasn't all there. I'm sorry.
Like I said, you said you were handling a thing. The temple, the primary source of income for the temple is they manufacture candles, soap, incense, and lamp oil.
Neat.
But they do provide other services. The nuns here are trained in basic medicine, and some of them can practice very minor alchemy. A couple of the normal spells and tricks.
Can they make smoke powder? I need smoke bombs.
It's probably not a primary thing they do, but like, if you asked, somebody could figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Like the common stuff they probably make is like healing potions, panaceas, aromatics.
I do not actually have smoke powder. No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Probably soporifics for medical use, and maybe light salt. There's no real need for them to make like fire sand in Teine, but much like smoke powder, they probably could if you put them to it.
Well, I won't put them to it. We're just here for a visit.
Yeah. Like I said, if you asked like, hey, do you guys have any smoke powder I could like purchase or donate to, they might be able to run it up for you. So
I will keep a note on that we got some minor alchemists here, though.
Like I said, they are an order dedicated to Pharnacia. The name I have just posted is their sister superior, their mother superior, actually. This temple is big enough to rate that, and there is at Brenda Underwood, Mother Superior of Our Lady of Candlelight, the Temple of 1,000 Candles. I will throw her. Do we want to add her to the church or to the citizens of Teine? Let's go with the Teine section.
I'm about to say, I don't know, like, are they directly related to the ecclesia?
So, fun fact. They are, like, she's rated as a Mother Superior. There is a bishopric here. I mentioned there's a cathedral with a bishop, not an archbishop, but a bishop in Drystane.
Because I feel like
they are supervised by the Church of the Seven. As I mentioned before, this temple predates.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like this has been before them, though. So it's like
they are authorized by the church. Like the church, has come in and like studied their relics and stuff. But yeah, I think calling her a citizen of Teine is a little more important. As noted, she is about 54. A mature lady. Not quite an elderly lady. If you want to make conversation, she would mention that basically she was practically born into the sisterhood. She was, left at the temple as a child and brought up. So to describe the temple, it's a sizable but simple structure. The exterior is mostly rough-hewn stone with no mortar. Cyclopean, as they say. However, at points, and definitely Nicola, you can instantly recognize this, and some of the others might as well. Alchemical cement and plaster have been used to shore up the foundations and like patch the walls over the centuries. Which is like the art of making concrete and cement was borrowed from the Empire by the alchemists of Celticy. So
yes.
Very robust stuff. The temple has a large, open, and rounded courtyard in front. Big stones are kind of laid out there to catch the sunlight. This can be used as a town square, but they do use it for seasonal rituals. Mother Underwood probably gives you the whole like spiel. They do bonfires, firewalking, and fire dances here mostly.
Ooh, fire dancing.
Big bonfires, pretty typical stuff. In case anybody doesn't know what firewalking is, you throw coals on the ground and you walk across them, and people are fascinated by this, even though it's very simple thermodynamics, everybody.
Yes.
It's all technique.
No, it's just good. Well, it is a little technique, but
yeah. And fire dancing obviously is, they dance with fire.
that one's a little harder.
Yeah, that actually takes some skill.
I am curious, what kind of fire dancing do they do? They do it like flames on the end of chains, flames on the end of staves, flames in cups,
torches and staves, and maybe a little of the cup trick.
Ah, okay.
They may have tried, like, specifically someone might do chains, but like generally it's probably, like I said, like the flaming sticks, double or single ended, maybe some tricks with like cups and bottles.
I would assume torches would be a big part just because of like the Norlon thing.
You do have a guy called the Torchbearer, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to make anybody like roll religion to understand this. I will just tell you because you would know. The largest festival held here is Summer's Day, which is the official start of summer in Norlon, day 1 of summer.
Yeah. And
they are. You would all be familiar with Summer's Day. Yes, it's a big deal for Phynaxia because she's the goddess of summer. So at the temple,
my brain just went no English for you.
Yeah, I understand. I do that sometimes. Yes. So the way they celebrate at the temple in the surrounding area, they do a big parade of people and a cattle drive. You literally move the cattle out of their like winter and springtime pastures into their summer pastures.
Ah.
Oh, cool.
While doing this, they carry burning torches, they sing traditional songs, offer blessings for the season. They will literally like run the cattle between bonfires or around bonfires to kind of like symbolically bless them.
Okay.
So inside the temple, they have a big antechamber, a foyer. There's a large fire pit in the center, lit at all times. On one side, they kind of have like a little like trough, I want to say, of like heated coals and sand.
Huh.
So here they they boil water for tea. They do a lot of herbal tea here, because fire water. But also they will like cook and heat food to be donated to the community. And also you can just soothe your aches here. You got sore feet, put them in the hot sand.
Rad.
The other side of the basin is a trough which has water from a sacred spring, so you guys can do the old, take a cup, cleanse your hands or face, or use it to make the tea. I assume you guys will observe, some amount of ritual cleansing.
Yes.
Oh, I definitely will.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Cool water.
I will definitely take a big interest in, like, seeing if they have any treatise on, like, Phynaxia and her importance in alchemy.
It's a little lower in my notes, but yes, Mother Underwood does say that. So she does say that, like, in terms of what documents they have, most of what they had is oral tradition, and simple carvings on bone and tree bark. Also, another thing that, by the way, their big fire can be used for is because she'll explain, kind of their vibe. The sisterhood, usually makes, the candles and incense you use for blessing, because they handle animal tallow to do that. They also produce, oils and soaps, and can make food to donate to the public. They don't explicitly operate as a hall of healing, but they do have a small infirmary, and many of the sisters are familiar with both folk remedies and herbal tea, and also simple forms of alchemy. A few of them are actually trained in, like, proper healing and surgery. Actually, yeah, no, I'll proceed in the order roughly of my notes. Because you're asking about like texts, she would take you down to like their Undercroft and stuff. So They have some very old records, but they're still from about 100 years after the Covenant. Basically, House Palak was founded and granted the land, and they spread reforms of writing along with the teachings of Saint Nynia. So that's kind of when this temple started to get more in line with the Church of the Seven. So they have some very old scrolls on vellum and parchment. But because there's a cathedral in Dristane, these records are super well copied because that's a great way to tell your scribes to practice. All right, I'm sending you over to the temple of those nice nuns. You're going to copy all their documents by candlelight 4 times. If you copy them any less times, oh, it's midnight prayers for you, sonny. You'll be pouring communion wine till the end of your days. So you guys can take a second to study some of those later, which do relate to some of their historical practices and kind of commentary. She does mention that the oldest artifacts they have are some clay oil lamps made by the ancient fire dancer tribes. They are shaped like flaming birds, burning bulls, etc. But she also has several clay tablets or rune stones, but does mention that scholars have told her they're not in the conventional form of runic, so you will have to study those. But she does have some artifacts to show you. Yeah, kind of to walk you guys through. Like I said, I'm going in the order of my notes. Mm-hmm. You guys, like I said, you stop for some cleansing. Take some drinks, maybe get some tea. Head into the main chamber of the temple. This is a large domed building of arranged stones. There is a stone or a hole cut into the center of the room, which at high noon in summer fills the room perfectly with light. It's like one of those cool mathematical things.
Yeah.
So right now the light is not perfect. It's still, mid-spring. But that doesn't matter because let me tell you, this main sacred chamber, there are stone benches to sit at and pray. There's not rows of wooden pews. The thing that this has is loads and loads of stone shelves and niches and stacks
for candles
and incense.
Yeah. It was not hyperbole.
Mother Underwood, Mother Superior Underwood explains what happens here is people light incense or light candles to as kind of their sign of devotion. They do it to protect their loved ones, and offer their praise, to bless their fortunes, to watch over the dead. She will gesture out to the altar, which I will describe in a second, and say sometimes they burn small offerings there, but that's primarily what it is. There are many candles. If you guys would like to light any candles and offer any prayers, feel free to do so.
Inos will.
Yep.
I will not say what my prayers are for, though.
Yeah.
I will send prayers to Pharnaxia specifically. Well, Pharnaxia is the god of hearth, right?
Yes. Fires hearts.
Then I will send her prayers and thanks for watching over our family.
I will say, kind of you guys won't see it until later, but it's in my description here. There is a large niched alcove directly behind the altar that specifically has the symbol of House Logi back there. That is where the people go to offer prayers to the house. You do note there's quite a few candles there.
That's weird. That's hella weird.
Well, you got a relationship with your guy. There's plenty of non-specific candles, but quite a few people have offered.
Wait, you mean to Logi the Torchbearer?
I mean, yes, but also just to the fortunes of the house. You guys have kind of an interesting, spiritual relationship with the land and perhaps with the people who were here. The main chamber has 2 distinct features. All on the walls, there's a set of mosaics, roughly arranged to face east and west. One set of mosaics depicts the seasons. They use a metaphor of a tree. Mm-hmm. The tree is in bloom in spring, green in summer, golden red in autumn, bare in winter. And these are all, colored mosaics. They're a little faded, but they're still there. The opposite mosaic seems to show the progression of the day, approximately, through several phases, with a robed female figure in them. Dawn shows the sun rising. She has, one hand aloft holding a flame in it. Also, yes, just holding a flame in her hand.
Fire!
Noon, the sun is high. She has her arms at her sides. Dusk, the sun is setting, and she has one hand held aloft but is not lit. The final is midnight, you would assume, or late night. The moon is high, and it's drawn as a full moon. And she has both hands raised with, held aloft in flame. So, you guys can interpret that however you like. Konrad. What the team probably finds interesting is the altar itself. So there is a statue of Pharnaxia, flanked by 2 dragons rampant. That means they're reared back. One dragon is in silver, one is in brass. The statue is made of pure orichalc.
Wow.
Damn.
Oh, yes. It's quite precious. Donated by what would become the Alchemical College. It was just a temple, the sister temple at the time.
Oh.
During his time as the Lord Magister, the Torchbearer visited, and as a result, I believe they decided to donate this. I do not know if it is true. But according to folklore, it was donated by Narine the Alchemist, daughter of Oro the Strategist, the founder of House Oro. She was the first head of the college. According to our tales, the dragons represent dawn and dusk, respectively. And yes, this would be a very traditional depiction of Pharnaxia, robed, hooded woman. She is holding a carven flame in her hands. There is a large brazier in front of the altar.
Nicola. This is Konrad speaking. Dallas.
Oh, sorry. Was it?
Nicola, you once mentioned that there was like a temple section at the Alchemical College, right?
Yes, there was.
Did it look
It's
like this place at all?
would it have?
The structure of the statue is probably similar. I kind of am. Let's see. Would they have a large orichalcum statue at the Alchemical College? Probably. The mosaics aren't that similar, and I will say to Nicola, the dragons thing is new.
I mean, it looked similar. There are definitely, obviously similar stylings here, but it's definitely, well, obviously it's more Norlish, I would say. And in addition, they didn't really have anything about dragons at the Alchemical College.
Except that maybe one of your alchemists is one of the alchemists might have been one.
It's a different thing.
Inos is like inspecting the make and work of the of the statues and whatnot.
The finest quality. Obviously, alchemy was used to produce. By the way, if it's a pure statue, this is probably this is a statue in a notable temple. It's probably at least 6 feet, maybe even a little larger than life. So probably more like 8 to 10 feet. It's a lot of orichalcum.
It's like, is this just layered in orichalcum? Is this solid orichalcum?
No. This is one big blob.
Which is fascinating because it's not transmutation because you can't transmute into orichalcum.
It's no.
If you had to guess at the methodology, because you do know about casting metals, is you would need a giant fucking clay mold for this.
It's more than likely one solid mold.
I don't know if they can make molds that good back then.
Well, they
It's
could.
They
like
could.
clay.
It just took time and effort.
They could have sculpted it out of just raw rock.
It's like,
Take that around.
no, you don't understand. It's like, if to pour in the mold, you remember, the mold has to be basically the inverse of this shape. Which basically means you have to see the object in reverse. It's like, they might have been able to get it in the general shape of what they wanted, the mold. But that means someone had to come in here and carve down into the finer details.
Exactly. So a master artisan, I would guess.
That's
It's
right.
not
How
a master artisan. Nicola,
How
you know
old this is.
orichalcum. It's extremely fragile. You just hit it wrong once you hit it wrong once, and you have spider webs and crackings and pits coming off.
What if you grind it down?
Great.
It's all like, Inos shakes his head. Same thing. And on top of that, you would have scratch marks all over it.
Yeah, this is someone very dedicated who took a lot of time.
A
do
lot of
this.
time.
Well, maybe they had time back then.
No, you don't understand. This is not. This would be measured in how many years it took, not how many days.
That doesn't change what I said.
I think the Mother Superior kind of like nods to Inos and says, "I've always known the statue was very important, but I'm glad to hear that it is of such fine quality." She kind
Indeed.
of taps her chin and says, "Perhaps we should send a thank you note some years to the college."
Is there a notice of who did it?
Years later.
Oh, yeah, sorry. That may have been while you were away. It was allegedly donated by Nadine the Alchemist, daughter of Oro the Strategist.
Oh, okay.
So Nadine would
Maybe-
be the daughter of Oro, first head of the alchemical
Yeah,
college.
so the original college alchemist.
Well,
Actually-
we may have to. Well,
Wait, I have student sword. In theory, is there a way to have a way where you could turn metals into basically a different form or different
Yeah,
consistency?
I literally just told you cannot transmute into orichalcum. You're not allowed. It's against the
No,
laws
I'm
of
saying
alchemy.
you already have the orichalcum, but you make it where it's like clay.
You don't know of an alchemical process to like manipulate metal that way. Nicola would know that you can do. There is a spell to. One of the traditional uses of the spell to heat metal is you basically make metal hot enough to forge with just your bare hands. So you could hypothetically like heat the orichalcum to help smooth the forging process. But no, there's no way to coax with metal that much.
Okay.
Inos obviously knows about like living metal soul. There's like stuff you can do to the soul of metal to make it more alive, but it stays in motion after that, right? Also, you've been hanging out with the statue. The statue is not soul crafted.
I was about to make a thing to see if
Yeah.
the statue was awakened, but if you just say
You
no.
you can roll to see if you get off hear the soul.
Yeah, I'll get off here the soul. I'll ask the Mother Superior if it's okay if he touches it.
She nods and says, "Feel free,
Thank
just
you.
so long as we do not strike or jostle it, as you say. Orichalcum is frangible."
It's not 10d10, it's 9d10.
Trying to think of like. Yeah. While you were away, I mentioned that because as Nico asked about it, they do have some records we can go over as well.
Yeah, because I just want to like, could be not to like figure it out, but to at least invest or investigate the connection. Because they got cut out. There you go.
I'm trying to think of a character beat.
Yeah,
I'll just say it out loud because we're kind of in expositional mood, but not a as much role playing. There would be another person. Like obviously there are going to be sisters milling around. There would be another person, in the chapel, who may be of note, to you. Reading that right? No, it's the House of History. I need to go to my Dramatis. And like I said, this person is probably important to at least introduce because she is Ember Palak,
Oh.
daughter of Amory Palak. Note: I'm about to add her to the Dramatis Personae. Technically, she's 15, not 16, but her birth, for thematic reasons, her birthday is probably right at the start of summer. I don't want to have to go back and update her age to be 16 in like 2 months of in-game time. So we're writing it down as 16 for now, but she is 15, which is why she did not come up earlier as a person, maybe to go out with you.
Okay.
So important things to note about Ember Palak. Her father is Emery Palak. Her grandfather is Jordanis Palak. That means she is also Logesh's full cousin.
Hello.
Because her father is your mother's brother. Also, to remind everybody, because it doesn't come up a lot, Wulfric Logi's wife's name, Logesh's mother, was Inbar Palak, now Logi originally, which means Amber. The girl's name is Ember, and also she's only 15. She's quite a few years younger than Logesh, so do math about when Lord Emery's sister became deceased. But she often spends time in the temple, praying, working, visiting, working with the sisters when she isn't studying. She is an apprenticed smith. I'll just fire off backstory stuff. This is significant because the Reverend Mother, the Mother Superior, is actually Ember Palak's grandmother.
Oh.
Her mother is Miss Underwood's daughter. Emery met her while visiting the temple after the death of his sister and his good friend Wulfric. So that's Lady Sorina Palak. So technically she is a commoner, but she's from a very strong local religious background.
Cool.
And is known for working with farmers and ranchers, a bit of a veterinarian by trade. She some of the cattle stock she's taken charge of are some of the largest and healthiest herds in all of Palak lands.
Big
so young Miss Palak is probably sticking around for a little bit. Like I said, I can't find a good note for her to interject in character. It's just, a world building.
We see her in there and we say hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
So after you guys, kind of study the altar work, she will at least show you kind of the backgrounds of her taking you into their storage area to, like I said, get a crack at some of their records and artifacts. Behind the main chamber, they have the dormitories and workspaces for the sisters, kitchens, laundry, small private chambers for meditation and study. Like I said, they do industries here, because while they are like technically a temple inside of a village, they kind of take care of themselves like they're a monastery or a nunnery. They make incense, oil, soap, and candles here. Making incense is pretty easy. You grind wood and whatever your aromatics are into a paste, which is cured into sticks, or you just burn it in its paste form. They probably use a wide variety of scents. Go into the incense sticks. Candles are either made from beeswax or from animal tallow, beef or mutton in this case. The wicks are made from cotton or what is called oakum. Oakum is basically you combine pine tar with unbound cordage of ropes and twine, so you de-rope rope and mix that with pine tar. That makes oakum. You use it for sealing boats, for sealing pipes, and can even use it to seal wounds. So it's a multi-purpose, adhesive. And also, if you, tie it up in small, you make candle wicks. And you guys will see, like, several nuns of various ages, spending quite a lot of time basically picking apart old rope to get the unbound cordage and coat it in tar.
Yeah.
You also, this is not in my notes, but I will mention it because they make soap as well, so they do deal with aromatic herbs. When you're making candles out of animal tallow, that smells awful.
Yep.
So that's why beeswax, while rare and more expensive, is higher quality. But they mix aromatic herbs like yarrow and lavender, etc., into the soap, but also into the candles because, again, it would... If you're just burning animal fat, it smells. they would have made like traditionally made clay oil lamps, and you know the Mother Superior even mentioned to you that they have some artifacts of that. That would have used animal and fish oil, but mostly they use whale oil and some coal oil. Not quite to like turning that into paraffin wax, but you can actually make an oil from coal, which is kind of the predecessor to more modern fuels like paraffin and kerosene. So like on that front anyway, illumination wise, you guys are getting pretty close to that end, which is those are very stable. And they do make wicks, lamps, and some lamp oil from flax oil mostly. Soap though, very easy to make, and they produce a lot of that because it cleans you good. This uses animal tallow and soda ash or wood ash, and you combine it with, like I said, aromatic herbs to produce blocks which you can use to wash skin, clothing, and buildings.
Wow.
So, if you're ever wondering, lavender-scented soap.
Woo!
So, like I said, they have a hall of healing and a small infirmary here. Many of the sisters practice the folk remedies. She does kind of talk about like what their general rites are that they observe. They light candles and lamps, and especially large bonfires on ritual days. They perform the parades and fire dances. According to the ancient ritual, like the folk practices of the clans from this area. They do funerary rites, if needed, and like technically do sacrificial fires. Animal sacrifice is no longer like encouraged by the Church of the Seven, but you might still like burn things in effigy. But the other thing they do is they have a few feats of faith. We mentioned before fire walking.
Yep.
They also do fire eating, which is mostly just a display of how ballsy you are. It's not actually that hard if you know how to do it right.
Mm-hmm.
But the big thing they do here, and why I mentioned they have a large brazier in front of the altar, is they do pyromancy here. We've talked about this before, divination via flame.
Yeah.
They do a couple of different methods. Obviously, the easiest is just light fires using certain fuels and meditate on the smoke. They can burn entire shrubs of laurel and brambles. They can also cast oracle bones and read the cracks, usually ox shoulders. But the oldest form is to just take a handful of salt and throw it into the flames and see what happens.
That makes colors and cracklies.
Yeah. She also admits that they do palmistry during festivals sometimes, reading palms and lines and stuff. Most of this is all what is called paganas, rural or folk beliefs, but they are from the long oral tradition since the time of Logi Torchbearer. And like I said, Mother Underwood specifically says usually these rituals were passed down to them from mother to daughter. So very, very old practices. Pyromancy is in kind of, like I said, a nebulous space in terms of approval by the church. Palmistry is not illegal, but like I said, the church doesn't put any stock that it's a properly religious or spiritual practice. It's just a folk belief kind of a thing. So it's not harmful, but also it's not necessarily to be taken as true.
I find that slightly rich considering we went to the island of Tron. Everyone's a fucking fortune teller on that goddamn island.
Yeah, you may have noticed that the church's opinions on what constitutes a folk belief has not always resonated with the folks who carry that belief, not even the guys from their own island. Which House Verity and their followers have stuck to their guns on some things still.
Not to truly be that guy, but that feels like that sounds like a thing that's always been a problem with this society.
Well, you can't control
I mean, I don't know if you want to call it a problem, but like I said, that's the culture of the Tronlanders. The Islanders have always been a people of astronomy, astrology, and trying to get a grip on the future.
Excuse me.
It makes them come across probably as a little superstitious sometimes, which may not be good.
Very superstitious. Sorry.
So you guys want to? I said Leslok wants to read some of their records and stuff.
I definitely want to read some of not their records, but their I want to see how they have how they are Peter Piper Victor. How they are
Huh?
integrating their like beliefs about Pharnaxia into their study of alchemy, and like how this is how and why is thing.
You basically want to understand the relationship between Pharnaxia and alchemy here.
Yes, from their perspective.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you can go back, like I said, to their oldest records for that. Like I said, they have their earliest vellums and scrolls are that are copied, obviously, but they're the earliest. They start about 100 years after the Covenant, which is like still like 900 years ago.
That's
and like I
old.
said, Leslok, I assume you want to study some of these old records as well.
Yeah,
I do have my note about the runic tablets, but we'll get there.
About to say,
I
I
can
want to
read
study
those.
those.
Yeah.
I can. Yeah, I used to look at them
s-
briefly, and I'll hand
so
I can figure it out later.
the scrolls that you kind of work through, basically, you guys can take a few hours or as many hours as you like. They basically describes many of the practices you've already heard about. All the way back then, they were already performing pyromancy. They did the bonfires and the cattle drives. They were even doing fire dancing and fire walking. They brewed herbal medicines and practiced healing via cauterization, which is unpleasant but works.
Yeah,
Yep.
Fire kills many bad things.
Honestly, for pre antibacterial medicine, it's extremely important because infections are really fucking bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Burns will heal.
that's why I've always said that like Nicola was very particular about people getting infections.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because
No, like,
infections
infection is very
in this
bad, yeah.
time, infection
That's limb loss.
because we are not in antibody times yet. Infection equals pretty much, if you're not lucky, infection is death.
Yeah, you get the wrong stuff, you'll be very bad off. And like I said, they practice the brewing of traditional herbal medicines. You do note that they do, like, some of their records do say that since the bishop was placed and they've started like officially like conforming to the Septuscript, there are a couple of other practices they have been winding down. The number one of which was like straight up in their records, like it's obviously it's going to be in like an old-timey dialect you have to sort out. I won't make you roll language for it for this one. But basically a practice they used to do here was build wicker effigies.
Oh,
Wait, come on! Sorry.
Yes, no, they would build large like wicker effigies and
Excuse me.
in these records, they do not mention human sacrifice, animal sacrifice only, but they do mention that part of the act is now discouraged by the church, so they have been weaning off the wicker effigies, basically. They do also mention that like there are several ancient records, like these old records of their some of their like who they call like shamans, medicine people, cunning folk, who would be starting to become recognized formally as the monastic order that would become Our Lady of Candlelight, were sent to study at what would be the Alchemical College. So if you kind of like follow this line, you would have to go earlier to kind of see what their like pre-covenant like contact with the rest of Troycrone was like, to see if they understood what they were doing as alchemy. It sounds like they have some very old folk practices that they treated as basically wisdom or revelation from Pharnaxia. We follow her teachings, we light the torch to banish the dark. The like cauterization is probably as simple as like, you apply the sacred fire to the injury. This closes the wound and prevents infection and bleeding, kind of a thing,
We don't use the word infection. It prevents the demons from entering the blood.
Well, yeah, that kind of thing. Like it
Or like
prevents
the
sickness.
malignancy.
Infection's not quite the right verb, but also, like I said, they're using the equivalent of like an old English dialect.
I mean, we have spells for zoning like belief.
Yeah. The phrase that like Veilers understand it is like the miasma, right? Like
Yes,
there's
the miasma. Keep the miasma.
there's some kind of vibe.
We have the miasma theory, but it's like weirdly supported by magical theory.
Well, I mean, you call it the miasma because you're the Veilers have no other point of reference to just be like,
Yeah,
if we
it's just,
see
like,
somebody
negative.
who's sick, we get like a weird vibe
There's like a negative cloud thing around them.
because it's all being interpreted through magic. But even by this time, like I said, this would be like post contact. They probably already had this like received the statue as a gift, so they were already even 900 years ago, like cross contaminated with the alchemical college to understand that like, hey, alchemia is the sorcery taught by our goddess, so we will go learn it. And maybe some of the things we already knew, like that she taught us, were alchemical spells. But you're not actually sure like where that overlap is. It might have something to do with the old ass rocks. Inos,
Yes.
what's your level of runic?
3 plus master die.
Okay, well, since you have a master die, I won't make you roll it right away to get this first bit of information. You realize that these clay tablets or rune stones, because they are made of clay, but they are written in runic letters. They are not the conventional runic language.
Mhm.
They use the runic alphabet, but the words themselves are not words in either in the actual like language of the giants, the mountainkin.
Yes.
They are in the ancient Norlish dialect.
Oh.
So basically, what you need to do is, I would require somebody. This would probably take you like a couple days of transcribing work, but we are kind of in downtime, so we can work it out. Someone, probably Inos because he has the master die, but I know at least a couple of you have runic, would need to roll language runic to transliterate the alphabet, and then somebody needs to roll language Crownish to figure out the Norlish to Crownish modern Crownish translation.
I can do both of those.
I just want to look at it because I can I'll memorize it like in a minute.
Axe,
and then
if you're not going to do anything with the information, you don't need to memorize it.
You can memorize the translation.
Yes.
fair enough.
Like Enos is going to transliterate.
I just had this thought. Oh, sorry, I don't know why I was saying that in character. I had this thought that if Leslok was ever in an H.P. Lovecraft novel, he would like die in like 2 minutes.
Well, if he
because then I would be described as a kind of like weird odd way and not actually anything.
You need to
defining.
know the thing.
Yeah, no, like Axe, if he knows he's in an H.P. Lovecraft moment, would not. But if Axe did not know he was in an H.P. Lovecraft novel, yes, he would.
No, that's what I'm saying. You don't know you're in one, of course.
I guess because then like I that's fair. I guess if you saw the Central Point characters being like weird, like thin, like weirdos, they're like weirdly racist all the time. At least when I think of each of them.
That's the a lot how that is. But Enos,
Proof come out.
I'm okay with you go ahead and firing off those rolls.
I'll roll them
So we
off
can
right
wrap
now.
up
I
this
have
exposition.
master dice, but let's see. So we'll
So
start
let's
with
see how
runic.
fast it is. Like I said, it should be a couple of days of work, but maybe you'll go fast.
Well, here's a question. Does anyone have any plans after we leave the temples? Are we going to go home, kind of rest up, and, not getting to any scraps or anything?
I do not have any plans that don't take multiple days of planning and are like background things.
Okay, so
This is just a vacation for me.
Omega, what is important here, height or width?
Probably width at this rate. You want to do this fast.
All right, then that'll be 3 2s on runic.
Especially with the runic roll, width is probably better. You're not doing a translation. You're just literally going like, okay, this rune is the letter A. Like
makes sense.
It's transliteration.
Yeah.
This roll you may want more height for more precision.
All right. Well,
because basically what Enos does is he takes these rune stones and he copies all the runic letters into like the modern Tricheron alphabet. But it's like all like ancient, Celtic gobbledygook.
Yeah, well, that's gonna be 3 7, so I'm pretty quick on that one too, and it's a good height.
Yeah. So probably only takes you like at most two days of work, depending on how much you're slacking off.
I'm slacking off a little bit. I just got finished making a really cool weapon. I was in a battle. I had gotten a fight with Konrad again. I need some me time.
You got more like a moral battle with Konrad, but that's semantics.
I got another argument with Konrad.
Yeah, hurt.
So, and we can, like I said, we're coming up 4 hours of recording, so I figure we'll wrap up soon. But we'll keep with the flow and give you the.
I don't think
exposition
I don't think I've done it on
worry.
the mission, but I think that's just by
Fair hug
own
when you least suspect it.
inadequacy.
I mean, I think you are. You've like investigated their records and stuff.
His
And
bones!
once you read this translation, I think you're gonna have some actionable material, bud.
Oh, okay.
So this is the translation that Inos produces. You know, this is the thing that gets added to your codex in your pause menu. That you all read.
I think the funny part is like
Codex
I
is
feel like
next to our research menu, which we haven't unlocked yet.
I feel like our codex in this game it's not even like a book. It's just asking Leslok a question.
We keep tapping the
Leslok keeps
research
the book.
menu, and it doesn't give us any prereqs. What the heck?
Man, jeeps.
It's one of those things where like it's
says,
like
like-
you're playing like a Crusader Kings game. You've hired a court scholar, but they have to physically travel, so you're just waiting for the timer to go
Yeah,
down.
they think it's broken.
It's like my tree says there's like automatic weapons and airships on this fucking tree, but I don't know how the fuck I get here.
First, we have to unlock. First, we have to unlock research. But anyway, translation,
Man, you
please.
didn't have shit.
Yeah. So you guys learned some. I'm gonna drop some fucking exposition on you about the ancient days.
Oh fuck yeah!
So these tablets, Inos, you discover are written by someone claiming to be the sister of Soleil Goldenhair,
Oh,
wife of Logi. Her name is Sandradiga Redmane, and she describes herself as a war chief of the Fire Dancer tribe.
ooh.
So, like, these are old. You have translated a piece of pre-covenant literature.
Knock that off my bucket list.
Ding, achievement.
Yeah.
According to her own testimony, Sandradiga says that once upon a time, before the calamity, her foremothers walked in a deep, warm forest near the burning plains and traded with the Wolfmen, the servants of the mystic moon. She is describing a kindred and a goddess that you are fairly certain are now extinct.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
She's describing, the allegedly the kindred of the moon goddess, the consort of Hydrus, were the Lobo, the Wolfmen.
The werewolf.
Okay.
Their castle.
Yeah.
When Calamity fell, their faith was tested, but they walked through flames to reach Norlon. That's how she phrases it. As a result of their faith, they were granted secrets of fire and blade to protect their lands because they fought with neighboring tribes. There were the Long Knives and the Hillmen who found iron beneath the earth, and they made spears and knives from it. And she describes another tribe called the Crowmen of the Woods. They drank the sap of the mother tree, which gave them supernatural protection, and wielded, to quote her, arrows of black glass fletched with raven feathers.
Oh. Okay, so there's probably some like whole history in that forest too.
Yeah.
Have the name of that forest too.
The
We call it the
Cordwood.
Cordwood.
Yes.
The Cordwood.
Investigate Cordwood. That just dinged on our fucking.
Yeah, the place of power is one like the oldest tree in the Cordwood.
I said, don't go that far. We just got to investigate the Cordwood. Don't set your expectations so high that they'll fall flat when you don't meet them.
Well, you have, Axe is recalling, there is a rumor of the mother tree in the Cordwoods
Yes.
as a possible place of power, a sacred tree. So you guys have heard about that before. However, she says that eventually all the tribes faced a new danger. They had to work together. So they eventually allied themselves. This includes the bare-faced warriors, who were the Fire Dancers' allies, and the neutral pickmen, who carved iron and stone near the sacred river and were said to speak with the demons from the mountains. You assume that's the ancestors of House Wayland. The pickmen.
Pikmin.
Airfaceman might be the Gladwin.
Yes, the bare-faced warriors. Once again, note the Fire Dancers mostly seem to have integrated with House Logi and your antecedents, and your modern culture has no equivalent of the Crowmen.
Yeah, something
Yeah.
happened in the Corb or Corb?
Corb. Would it be?
Aren
Okay,
typed it
Corb.
correctly.
Yes, we do
in the
not
chat.
have badass, crow-themed archers rolling around.
It just means
Which
like
is disappointing.
some sense of veiling always existed in Time.
But the thing that they faced was the Fimbulwinter, the Long Winter.
Ooh.
And
Oh,
with
boy.
it, frost giants, icy devils, and dragons came down from the mountains. She describes that in those days, things were so unhallowed that the unburnt dead would rise from the ground to haunt the living.
Jesus.
Oh,
And
wonderful.
the wraiths fled the mountains, fearing the punishing demons and devils inside the earth. So, like, the Fimbulwinter was real fucked up.
The Fimbulwinter.
I understand why we like sanctified fire so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Burn the dead, burn away the cold.
Santrodiga describes her sister Solie as a powerful shamaness. She uses a phrase that into modern Crownish, Inos, you have translated as pyromancer, and says that her sister was the strongest pyromancer the fire dancers had ever seen.
Mhm.
She brewed potions, which made their warriors fight like 10 men, and Santrodiga describes the recipe very briefly, using juniper, black pepper, and other spices, oils of summer flowers, and a drop of blood.
Okay, nice.
I will give this to you
need
in a
to write
bit,
that
but let's
down.
get all the...
Yes. You can study this later. She made amulets and charms on shields, which protected from dragon fire. And she would paint warriors in red paint made from ash, animal blood, and sacred herbs to make their skin like stone. That one I will just say for free. If you when you pass it on to Nicola, Inos, Nicola, you think she basically described like, what if stone skin wasn't a potion you drank, but it was a thing we painted on your skin?
Okay.
Neat.
So
So
like an
that's
alternative way to
nothing-
do the same process.
That's nothing new, but the fight with the strength of 10 men, that shit,
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
that's-
it depends.
sounds
Did
like
the strength
an
last as
application
long
you're
as the
not
paint
familiar
did? Because how long does the stone potion last?
like 1 hour per whiff, I believe.
Yeah, I bet the painted on one lasted longer.
Possibly.
Possibly.
Maybe.
But
We can do some
also,
experiment.
Santrodiga has another big one. She
Oh.
describes that Solie Goldenhair described their mightiest weapon, which she describes as wicker guardians. Basically
hell yeah.
describing, for lack of a better term, I mean, basically, Castracu's NP of Wicker
I'm about to
Man.
say.
It's like, yo,
Yeah.
filled wicker constructs with sacrifices, lit them on fire, and they would go fight giants.
Okay, I have a new side quest.
Nah, this definitely sounds like some proto-alchemy here.
In battle, Solie could hurl flames from her open palm, hold a red-hot poker in her bare hands, and her divinations, via pyromancy, were almost always correct. To compare this, Santrodiga describes herself as a powerful warrior like martially. She wielded javelins with obsidian heads and had a single blade. She describes it in ancient measurements, but probably something that you would technically think of as a one-handed longsword, like, leaf blade, not like a perfect straight sword, but not quite a modern longsword, but not a short sword either. She describes it as being made of black iron. And according to her accounts, Santrodiga Redmane, who is technically a distant relative of those of you of the blood of Logi, which includes the Gridarvol among you.
Yep.
But she, according to her own accounts, killed many devils, a couple of small, what she describes anyway as wyrms.
Werbs.
Which, Inos, again, you're depending on how many liberties you want to take in the translation, you could translate that generally as dragonkin. She doesn't use the phrase that would correspond with a true dragon, but you're not sure exactly what she means by wyrm.
How many
With
lizard-like
Y.
monster
I would probably
around?
use like... Yeah, I don't think we have the concept of like wyverns or...
It could be like Draconid.
You do have wyverns, actually. That is in my notes.
Okay.
Wyverns are a very, very weak form of dragonkin.
I'd probably use wyvern then. If you're saying
Yes.
less than dragon, I probably default to wyvern.
And again, according to her, she killed at least one Hrimthurs, one frost giant personally.
Rad.
Hmm.
Well, that means she goes to Valhalla.
However, not even this shit was enough. She basically describes that like they were very strong, but couldn't keep up with the attrition. So Ye entered into alliance with the man known as Logi, who had just become the chief of the clan of Long Knives. According to Sandrodiga's account, Logi became chief of the Long Knives by defeating what she describes as a 3-headed warg.
Sick.
I'm sorry. My first thought was, so that's where he went.
So could you say that again?
Which had allegedly killed his father. Ye married Logi. Logi was, again, quoting Sandriga literally, baptized in flame. She does not mind rizzing up her brother-in-law here. Sandriga describes Logi Torchbearer as being naturally charismatic and inquisitive. Mm-hmm. He was able to unite all the other clans under him, including obviously the Long Knives and the Fire Dancers, but also the Hill Spears, the Hill Tribe, which would be the prototype to House Faron, the Barefaced, the Pickmen. She mentions again the Tribe of Crows and others whose names are now forgotten. When the next Fimbulwinter came, though, it was just as harsh. His brother Heller was killed. So Logi consulted the wisdom of each tribe and journeyed to the darkness under the Mountain of Life to consult, again, who Sandrodiga describes as the Silent One. A fairly literal way to read Dea Tacita.
Mm-hmm.
When he returned, he wielded the power of souls previously only the Iron Kindred had, and he had learned the riddle of steel. Basically, the previous Tineman had only gotten as far as iron. Sandrodiga then describes briefly what must be the forging of the Flambert.
Mm-hmm.
Using the knowledge he bartered from the Goddess of Death, he uncovered what in real life is known as telluric iron, earth iron. Basically, in real life, most iron is in the form of rocky ore that you have to then like break down and smelt. Very, very rarely you will find what's called telluric iron, which is metallically pure iron under the ground.
Mm-hmm.
In real life, the biggest deposit is in Greenland, but there was a deposit in Germany that has all been mined out. So basically, Logi learned sorcery by communing with Dea Tacita, and also apparently Dea Tacita told him where to find some telluric iron, which was beneath Stonehearth. So not only was there iron under the hill, it was really good iron.
Oh, so like basically iron you could just shape it good.
Yes, like actually in real life, telluric iron naturally has a really high carbon content. Like it's basically halfway to being steel already.
Okay, so you have to like heat up and like refine it a little bit, and you're just good. Yeah. So it's like you get it done in like an hour instead of days.
So like naturally close to being steel already. So Logi and Solier took this telluric iron to the most sacred space of the Fire Dancers, which Sandrodiga describes as the Field of Glass, where there is a burning lake of molten fire. Sandrodiga wasn't personally present, but she describes that, according to them, Logi and Solier combined their two arts. Solier used her flames, Logi used the earth iron, and the burning lake fueled it. They used sacred coals donated by the Iron Demons, the resin of the Mother Tree, and something, which again, Inos, you have no reference for. But she uses a phrase which in the Old Norlish dialect is drakenlem. That literally translates to dragon loam or dragon soil. It was clearly something that Sandrodiga would understand because she just throws it out casually. But nowadays, you guys have no modern idea of what that is. Mm-hmm. But they used the dragon loam, drakenlem, for the mold.
Wait.
Sandrodiga says she's not sure what spells were worked into the blade, but it seems that it was both awakened and somehow its soul was imbued with the sacred flames of Fornaxia. It would leap into flame at a word or a deed.
So it was forged using many different magical components, but also maybe soil from where dragons lived.
So
you're not sure.
We're not sure.
I have a question.
We gotta do some research.
I have a question, Omega.
Yeah.
You said that all of the sorceries are dictated by one of the gods, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
So does that mean that the pyromancy is
Pharnaxia.
also of Pharnaxia? Like,
Yes.
can gods have two?
No, you are misunderstanding. What pyromancy turned into was alchemy.
So
Yes.
you're
Basically,
saying
what
there's
this
a
what
way
this
I can
tablet is
throw
describing.
fireballs.
Yeah, no.
Eventually, yeah.
You don't know how to make
You
that
can learn.
connection, but basically, what Sandrodiga is describing is that her people were devotees to Pharnaxia pre-calamity.
Okay, I need to.
They were
So
rewarded by their faith by being brought to what is now Norlon and practiced her arts. Some of the things they do is probably comparable to alchemy you could replicate, but they are able to wield the element of fire specifically in a way that modern alchemy has forgotten.
Like,
Because
I
fire
would-
is specific, like, basically my short version for why this works. Alchemy is about the manipulation of elements, but it's taught by Pharnaxia. Pharnaxia is the goddess of fire, so naturally her sorcery has special affinity with fire.
also, is it wrong if I assume it's more like, not like fireball where it's like you make a giant explosion, more of like you take a flame and you can basically shoot a flame that expands at something?
Unfortunately, at this stage, you don't know.
Fair.
Sandrodiga describes Solier as hurling fire from her open palm, but that could mean a lot of things. Like, also, she's writing down a personal, like, I am Sandrodiga Redmane. Let me tell you my story. You know, I was
also-
really cool. My sister, also cool. Her boyfriend, kind of cool.
Kind of.
We've also established that she's definitely using terms that, like, she just is assuming that would always be known.
Yeah.
So
So something happened to cause people to forget how to throw.
The
fire.
calamity happened.
Well, yes.
Well, no, this is post
No,
calamity.
this is post calamity.
Like, this
Barely.
Yeah, but no, like I said, like I don't mean to cut you off, but no, like you said, these things oral traditions. They weren't good at writing things, and as the times go on, people discover different methods and forget other ones.
Yes. So
I will say this. I made Enos roll for this. You're gathering from this, Enos, like Sandrodiga never says it outright, but you don't think that she would, like, through parts of this she was literate, like she was not raised literate. This seems to be basically the best writing system that probably Logi could cobble together at the time, like pre-Covenant.
Oh, that makes sense. Actually, yeah.
Oh yeah, no,
Like,
actually, now I think about
so-
it, we probably
there were
didn't
so-
have really much of a written language. That's why they're using runic. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
the fucking
like,
giants had a written language fucking forever.
Yes, the
Yeah.
giants with their dedication to, mountain and stone have always had a way to, like, mark meaning in stones.
Yeah.
So
I
they have
wonder-
always had an alphabet. So, like, she is figuring out how to copy, like, runic symbols to the sounds that match the Norlish dialect, like the ancient dialect of the Norlish peoples.
They might.
So I need to
might
figure out
have-
how to throw fire.
Well, we might have to go talk to a few more people and investigate a few more places.
We might also have to go talk to the giants, actually.
Well, we can go talk to the giant.
ask
We
them
have a
about
sage here.
But her story continues. It's not done yet. Because basically you finish up a couple tablets and then there seems to be a gap in her writing a couple of years. Basically, Enos, you notice a point where, like, she's still using the runic lettering, but her spelling starts to drift more towards, like, Old Crownish. And basically it becomes post-Covenant. She stopped accounting for campaigns in the South, and then later basically explains her time serving in the War of the Lost. She was a commander under Logi Torchbearer.
Damn.
Teine's Iron Warriors used iron armor with splints and bands, shields and spears, axes, and short swords. And they used steel blades for the equal of Imperial Legionnaires. These helped form the infantry core of your forces with the swordkin of the Tempest and the hammer and pick wielding Oblige of Medius. Teine had Iron Warriors. Sandrodiga, however, was part of the Vanguard. She was part of a group she calls the Fire Warriors. She worked with Rune Knights of the Fogvale and Axemen of Crag. She describes that she and her warriors went into battle clad only in bearskins, warg pelts, and war paint.
Sounds about right.
wielding great weapons and torches and screaming dedication to the gods.
Sounds about right. Berserkers.
Yeah.
Berserkers.
She also talks. Oh, wow, I forgot to write this down. Actually, unless I did that later. No, I didn't do it later. That's bad. I forgot a note. She would have it in her notes that before leaving, she somehow managed to convince the Iron Kindred to loan her some fire lances as well.
Rad.
So like vanguards, shock troops, terror tactics.
Having a stick that
recalls...
explodes on the end would probably be very terrifying. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, especially because like it's not really attested, but the Lost Imperium should not have had access to pyrotechnics. Like, they may have had some very simple, like, burning compounds for, like, fuel, but their exposure would be the alchemists with making fire sand, and then they would have no concept of demon fire if they were from outside of Troy Corone. So, like, stick which you put a match to, and then, you know, fire spits out 20 feet. Real new. But Sandriniga describes she fondly recalls working with the Desert Kith, who shared her face with the Summer Goddess. You know, they did battles in Celticy. She speaks about night warriors from Akunar, presumably the kin of what is now House Rearmouse.
My little knight.
And she does say, again, she takes some time to puff herself up. She claims that her personal greatest achievement was that at what she describes as the Battle of the Trivertum, the threefold battle. She was part of the advanced force that squared off with the Imperial Legion. She claims that she personally killed 3 of the Imperator's Praetorians.
Rad.
Before she was injured in her leg by one of his elite cadre. She says that in their language, this warrior was described as a lictor, who managed to pierce the defenses granted to her by her blessings. But the injury gave Sandriga time to compose these notes. And then basically she wraps it up by like describing what she did when she returned to Teine. Hence why these tablets are back in Teine in the tablet.
Cool.
The High King made her a knight. She was granted a knighthood by the High King. Logi offered her stewardship of her clan's lands, but she had no heirs and was getting up in her years at this point. She said that she wanted their lands to pass among the children of her sisters and the sister of Logi, Aegodin, who you did know from your old-ass family tree. Instead, she is planning on, she said she's planning on building new watchforts and castles to drive back the Fimbulvinter. And she says that she plans when she dies to seal the burning lake with her tomb to bury the foremost secrets of the Forged.
Oh.
So now we need to find the burning lake, which is probably an underground fucking magma lake.
Well,
Should I put that on
we
my
need to-
list of things to do, or
do
should
we
put it on
know
your
where
list of
her
things to do?
tomb is?
No.
Oh.
No, but
Well-
we have.
No,
No, but
I will say
aren't
with
the Iron
that,
Demons
as
keep track of
roll,
everyone who's
you
dead?
do know, she described that as being in a what I call it, field of glass. In what is now House
City.
Palak lands, or in between where House Palak and House Amir is, there is a region known as the Pitchstone Plains. Which is a rolling lava plain. This was an ancient source of obsidian,
Oh.
which used to be pretty cool. And in modern day, there are some small deposits of lead, gold, and alum, as well as, you know, volcanic rocks. Like, you can mine pumice stones there.
Yeah, pumice stones.
But the Pitchstone Plains are also sometimes called the Smoking Plains because it includes several fumaroles and mud pots at its heart, which are hazardous. Basically, volcanic vents and mud volcanoes.
Oh, okay.
None of you guys know about a burning lake, either a lava lake or some other lake with volcanic activity. But it sounds
Probably
like Sandriga
there.
built her tomb to conceal it. So you now have, like,
An area.
you know, now you have the opportunity to, like, fund the archaeological decision to, like, discover it.
Well,
Oh,
that means
God,
we have to
this is not a
investigate
research.
the I'm sorry, what was the fields just called again?
The Pitchstone Plains.
We have to investigate the Pitchstone Plains and the Corbwood. Rad.
I already have the Corbwood on my list.
Add him to the list.
Add it to the list.
But yeah, I think that
This is getting long.
This is getting long.
Just picturing fucking Konrad with just a really long piece of scroll.
I have at least like 5 different places on this list.
I'm just gonna open up a fucking new thing. Just investigations.
Yes.
Do I need to bring out the corkboard?
No, not yet.
maybe.
No,
Okay.
because it's like it's not a bunch of connected leads. It's a bunch of separate leads.
We're
I don't know. I feel like
haven't
I think the Corbwood
Are
might
you
be
sure it's
connected.
not connected?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, can I still get that extra of like all the points that was made into Thumper? Because I still want to like figure out all the components. Just like what those.
yeah,
were.
I can. And in fact, I can
I probably have to call it for voice tonight.
That's fine.
later.
Okay.
Well, then make a note about your investigations because I got. Well, do I want to give you guys cool stuff now or start at the next session? We'll do the start of the next session.
Oh
You
no,
can do some
cool
research
stuff
into
now.
this.
Wow.
No.
I want cool stuff now. I want cool stuff now. I got time.
Well,
I
guess
don't-
what? None of you are alchemists, but Nicola.
Okay, that's
we have been
fair.
going for almost 4.5
That's
hours.
That's fair. I mean,
Yeah.
fair. I know.
I can just because there's no spoilers in it. I can just like once again copy and paste my notes of what like Sandriga's
Okay.
whole speech is to the document. Like I said, right now
Thanks.
Discord's lagging a little as we're like catching up with all that sweet exposition.
I feel like I did my mission because we got this whole other fucking lead.
No, yeah, I hey, guess what? Like at first I wasn't sure what would be at the temple exactly, but I was like, wait, no, I got it. I can figure out how to give exposition. So you guys translated some ancient tablets and like you have some lines.
Woo.
So now
Lucky,
you
thank
like
you.
know the process and just kind of I mean you don't know where it is, but you know the place where the Flambert was forged. I will say, based on what Logi told you or Logi's records told you in the tomb, that will not necessarily like allow you to reawaken the powers of the sword.
No, I more just want to understand what was put into making because I just want to understand like, yeah.
Necropolis. Celtici.
I mean, we have treasure
I
for
definitely-
now.
I definitely feel like Conrad's thoughts on this is like, yeah, my ancestors were twice as cool as I thought possible.
Well, hey, no, hey, maybe we can find her time. She'll have a sweet blade for you or something.
At the very least, you know, you can put it in a museum.
Yeah.
I mean, you also could look at your eye heritage too if you really want to.
But all right.
I mean, I think I'm more interested in, you know, just running towards the enemy and just warg skins and paint. So
Yes.
Learn some berserker, learn some
Yes.
berserker techniques.
If you haven't noticed, I have problems with this idea.
Oh, also, yeah, that lictor got mentioned.
Yeah, what is a
Yeah.
lictor actually? Let me see here.
So in real life, the lictors were they were a couple of different things, but they included attendance to praetors and was also a form of bodyguard to the emperor.
Oh,
I also
Big eye.
thought about. I also think about lictors. I think about
is
cult
weird.
divinity. I honestly think about cult divinity lost, which are basically like weird, fucked up angelic beings.
I don't remember what the etymology is, but the phrase lictor has been used for a lot of stuff. There's a Tyranid unit in 40k like it, and obviously,
Yeah, that's where my mind goes first.
I mean,
but-
the lictors are reference to like hierarchy and brain stuff. So
and Lucky may recall that also from the Emperor one is where Temesud Mir got lictor for Locked Tomb.
that's right.
Though also she wanted to make the joke about lictor hardly even know her. But it is also actually like an old ass Roman term.
So, I can say a little bit. It's actually a Hebrew word, or it was a Hebrew word. I don't know if you knew this on purpose, because it means candle maker
later.
or light tender. Technically, is the word, but or sorry, not Hebrew, Yiddish.
Well,
But yeah,
we're not talking about the.
well-
this one we're talking about the one based in Latin.
The Latin word lictor is the etymology is unknown, but it could be from ligare to bind. because they did carry, the bundle of sticks and stuff, but they are attendants and bodyguards to magistrates, which have time going back to the imperial and even further into the royal period.
But
The emperor was entitled to 12 lictors, but after the Domitian reforms, 24 lictors.
all right, but
Hold on, sorry to interrupt, Lucky, but just because of text chat and there's a moment. Is my mission complete? Because we've increased treasury, but
well, you
you
not
understand.
only increased treasure, but also there was a point you made where you guys reinvested 6 wealth worth of money, which is the equivalent of 2 treasure, into the economy. So like that. I mean, I won't say it's a permanent one, but you said resolve economic problems, like current ones. So yeah, I think that if current is the phrase you used, I think you did do that. Like you guys, not only is your company wealthier, but you reinvested money rather than take a personal gain to bring financial stability. I think that does resolve your current economic problems.
I was willing to wait like a session, but yeah, okay, I'll take it now then.
It gives you time to think about what's next for you.
I don't have
like
idea.
Next session, Nicola can do some research, because yes, there may be some things that are described specifically enough that Nicola may be able to actually like figure out some of the basics of the ancient alchemy pyromancy. I did say that technically any alchemist could do it, but Nicola's the other one you have. Literally my notes.
Yeah. I do want to ask, where was the I can't remember the order at the fucking Temple of 1,000 Candles now.
Our Lady of Candlelight.
Our Lady of Candlelight. They didn't have they weren't able to translate these tablets.
No.
All right, then I will make sure to. Well, I'll make sure to send them a transcription then, so they can put it in their records.
All right. So that means for next session, before we get out, obviously you guys have plenty of downtime. You're getting towards the end of spring 2. Like honestly, probably if you guys don't have anything that's really urgent, we can roll right into start of spring 3.
Would you mind if I make rolls off recording to make stuff?
No, not at all. We're like I said, you have free time, and technically you did say that you were not working 24/7 on this translation.
No.
It's just that we're at 4.5 hours, and like Dallas has to go off voice, so we can wrap it up. So your big things are your next big steps are well, small step is out of character. Lucky mentioned that I did bring up a plot hook with Lady Cressida that allegedly your manor is haunted, supposedly.
Maybe.
I would like
she doesn't kind of feel like there's a ghost, but there's probably something going on there.
I don't really. So. If you're like, well, you're attuned, you're kind of used to it.
You could check out some stuff. There's something weird going on. So you guys could go investigate that. Your big one is obviously going to the Silver Tower, which can then go into an expedition to the Fog Vale, maybe. We're not that far in the writing, but we're working on it. The other thing is probably next session, at least before you do anything else, I will also have Lord Palak report back with how things went with Ferretti, and you will get probably some response letters to all of your summer court questions.
Excellent. I will prepare a batch of new letters to send out.
Planning your next moves. All right, so bada boom, bada boom.
Bada boom.
Everybody gets 2 EXP for the session. I think you were all present. You were all remarkably in character.
I did the mission and I did notes.
I think Nicola only rolled alchemy checks all day, so I didn't actually jinx him. Shit.
It just didn't come up.
Potions. But yeah. I guess I should technically hold on. No matches. Sorry, Inos. Unwholesome didn't come up.
Oh.
You technically spoke one-on-one to Captain Kovac, but he doesn't have any Eerie and have like Sense 3, so nothing. Sorry.
Okay.
You do get an EXP for taking notes over the past session. I saw all those. Anybody else over the past couple of weeks write some notes? I don't think there were a lot.
I wrote some.
There will be
I
fights
double-
next week, but we didn't really have anyone pop up last set.
I
session we ran,
double
so.
checked. Double checked. I had some at least made about other characters.
Okay.
We weren't able to get to it this
First time
time.
in a while, I got 3 XP for a session.
Yeah, you finished your mission.
Yeah.
Leslok, you also finished your mission because you
Yeah, I'm gonna clear that up,
investigated
and
the
I
history
just-
for Nexia, and you kind of know some origin stuff.
Origins and stuff.
I'm not sure what I have on mission, so I'm not actually sure because it's like I kind of want to do more where I just actually spend time with my family, but I don't know if that's. I feel like that's not work. I don't think that's productive.
Really a mission, like concrete
It's not productive,
goals, you know,
so like yeah.
I mean, you could write something as simple as like help your mother solve the mystery of Tharfield Manor, because that is open-ended enough that there's a couple ways you can accomplish that, but narrow enough that like when there's no more mystery at Tharfield Manor, we're done.
I'm just to investigate the mystery of Tharfield Manor.
Yeah.
No, like usually with missions, I usually think about what is the next thing on my like to-do list. And
Yeah.
usually just put
Is it
that.
Farfield as in, like far in field?
Tharfield. Or Tharfeld, I think
Yes.
it was.
No, it is Tharfield.
Oh, it is
There's
Field?
an I.
Son of a bitch.
Yes.
Starfield.
It should be in the Dramatis, but I will also retype it. And like I said, once
Oh, that-
we're done recording and my Discord lags a little bit less, I will just, much like what I did with Logi, I will just fucking text dump what Sendrediga said. Like I said, I wrote
Thank
it
you.
all in a block.
I do feel kind of bad because like I think I completed my mission immediately.
What was your mission?
Learn about the ancient learn about the ancient alchemical arts of the oh god, what I have their name written down. It's these people.
The Fire Dancers.
Fire dancers.
Did you not have? What was your
Well, you
mission
did.
before that? When did you put that mission in?
After last session, my mission was make my fucking hand.
Well,
I've
I'm
had
gonna be
that-
real
I've
though.
had
You
mission
shouldn't
for
feel
like
bad.
10
You didn't
weeks.
understand. You weren't gonna figure out. You didn't know you were gonna figure that out that soon. I'm gonna be real.
None of us knew this was going to happen immediately.
I had
Yeah.
investigate Logi's connection and history to Fornax
Hey.
for like at least like 5-6 sessions, maybe 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Thinking back on it, I don't feel as bad because I had the mission make my fucking hand for like 7 weeks.
All right, but let's wrap it up so we can just chat or
Yeah,
talk.
that's our EXP. That's everything. So I think just we do the old like, comment, and subscribe, and say goodbye, everybody.
Tune in next week.
Bye.
Everybody.
Yep.
Fire.